It's Marquisha's birthday tomorrow. I don't need to know that.
Where is Marquisha? She's got the sign. She's third, not last. Is she third in the slides?
There's only 2 slides on.
Yeah. Jim's is last. Okay, we're good.
But does Jim have slides? Okay, so, and you
All right, so Clive went. Okay, so you're last. Wait, you're
No,
sorry,
she's
you're
third.
slides.
Yes.
So once,
Tony does the slides and Jim does the slides.
Okay,
So when you guys finish, just advance to the next slide.
Wait, we have to do this?
You have a clicker.
You have
yes.
a clicker.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we can manage.
Okay. You think you can?
As long as I don't get in a
All right. And you
flicker
know how to
war
put
with
it.
that
You know
guy
how
over
to
there.
put
He
it
can't
in.
control this.
No, he cannot control this.
Okay, good to
And
know.
you have to put it in
I don't wanna,
presentation. You know how to put it in
Got a
presentation.
laser ray.
good morning. We're going to start in about a minute, so get your coffee and sit down.
You know what to do here?
I do.
Lisa,
Okay.
did you see?
And you can use that or this for your.
All right, guys.
Break a leg. Have fun.
You forgot my coffee.
That's what?
I forgot my coffee.
Would you get some? Would you give me some water? All right. Welcome, everyone. I know it's been difficult to get here with weather. Those of us from New York had derailments in Penn Station, so I'm glad you're here. And then we came through the regulatory compliance gauntlet to get to the conference. So congratulations on getting here. So first of all, welcome. As you know, this is the final conference of CAPSEE, the Center for the Analysis of Post-Secondary Education and Employment. This was a 5-year center. It went for an additional year, so we really actually wrote this proposal in 2010. So it's interesting to think about what's happened since then. So before we get started there, I want to start out the conference with thanking the people who need to be thanked. So our main funder is the Institute for Education Sciences, Department of Education. James Benson is our program officer. I don't know if James is here, but thank you, James. The Spencer Foundation also supported this conference, and I have to say that we're providing food, and none of that food was paid for by federal funds, so it's important that you understand that. Certain people need to be thanked. I particularly want to thank Liz Carroll and Sarah Phillips, who organized this conference and did the logistics. Rena Park, who kind of put together the breakout sessions and got everybody to provide their slides. Other people who've helped out: Gladys Perez Mojica, Matilda Lombos, Lisa Ganga, Amy Mazzariello, Lisa Rothman, Sandy Spady, Doug Slater, Kim Maddox and Michael Oliver from Conference Direct, our conference organizers, and also really want to thank the Capitol Hilton and the PSAV staff who helped put this together. So thank you. This has been a lot of work, and people have really done a good job, and I think I and everybody else should really appreciate that. So thank you. All right, I think that it's a particularly good time to have this conference. The fundamental theme of the conference is the relationship between post-secondary education and employment, and really, I think those issues have really come to the fore. Even though we have lower unemployment, a high stock market, we really have a series of problems that have not been solved, that continue to plague us. We know there's stagnant earnings for much of the population, incredible polarization in earnings and wealth in this country, continued significant gaps, equity gaps, but also I think certainly the last election has shown us and has made it clear the issues that anybody with low amounts of education, whatever their race, struggles in the economy that we have now. So I think that clearly there are supply side issues with many of those problems. What are the jobs, et cetera? But nevertheless, I think that almost everyone agrees that if there is a solution, and that education is going to play a significant part in that solution. So in many cases, the main themes that we're thinking about in this conference: is higher education worth it? Is it worth it for whom? How can we make the investment in higher education more effective? How can we eliminate the financial barriers that prevent many people from being able to make that investment? What are the institutional characteristics of colleges and universities that make them perform better? And what are the practices that those colleges have that will improve student outcomes, especially the outcomes for the types of students that we see struggle and that when they get into the labor market don't do so well. So I think those are the themes of the conference. I don't think there's a better time really to have those. They're profoundly important. So I hope that over the next 2 days we learn more about that, we engage with some of those, and particularly that we're inspired to go back and to answer many of the questions that we find haven't been answered. So welcome here, and I want I'm very happy that we've all been able to get together. Now let me just explain a little bit about CAPSEE. CAPSEE was an alliance of several institutions. It was led at the Community College Research Center at Teachers College. The University of Michigan was also involved. NBR and Harvard, Dave Deming we'll hear from as well. Folks from UC Davis, led by Michal Kurlander. So those were the institutional partners that we had. Really, the fundamental thing that we did at CAPSEE was look at post-secondary transcripts and relate those to earnings using UI data. We did that in several states. So these are some of the issues that we confronted. But in addition, so we sort of had a series of states where we looked at education, and we looked at the returns to that education in the labor market. But we also had a number of institutional programs and policies that we studied to improve outcomes, such as working while enrolled, financial aid, one-stop centers, and MSIs. So you'll see there's a series of projects. We had many states involved. These states that are in red were sort of the official CAPSEE partner states, but at CCRC and other folks working on this have experience in other states. So we've really been able to draw on research and data from a variety of states as well. So it's a very comprehensive set of projects. Certainly what we want to accomplish in the conference is, first of all, of course, to showcase the wonderful work that we've done, to really think about the overall implications and what is the state of research and knowledge about the relationship between post-secondary education and employment. Of course, we want to prompt further research questions. We've had a lot of experience working with large-scale data, so it's a very rich source of information, so we want to encourage the use of that. Certainly one issue we ran into are limitations on data, so some of those are the types of things we'll think about. What about methodological issues? We are researchers, and there are issues, and so we've spent quite a bit of time thinking about the best way to accurately relate education to employment. So let me end with that and look just briefly at the conference format. We've stuffed a lot into this, so we really have 4 sessions. Students invest wisely in college. That's what we're going to talk about this morning. Basically, this afternoon's topic is going to be about financial aid and how we deal with those the financial issues, the barriers to students. Tomorrow morning we'll talk about institutional factors, and then we'll end up tomorrow afternoon by looking at practices of colleges to help students choose the right path to get on that will lead them to good employment. So I'm going to introduce our panel. I'm actually going to introduce them with one exception in the order that they're going to go. Clive will start, but I'll introduce him last. I think you know most of these folks. I'll be very brief. You can read their long bios if you want. So Tony Carnevale is the research professor and director of the Georgetown University Center on Education and the Workforce, of course, a go-to source for information on many of these issues. Catherine Rampell writes a twice-weekly, nationally syndicated opinion column for the Washington Post and frequently covers economics, public policy, politics, and culture with an emphasis on data-driven journalism. And Jim Jacobs is the president of Macomb Community College since 2008. Before that, he was the associate director of the Community College Research Center, and I think it's fair to say that really at CCRC kind of set up our thinking about the relationship between education and work particularly. Finally, the first person to speak is Clive Belfield, who's a professor in the Department of Economics at Queens College at CUNY, City University of New York. Now, of course, Clive, in this context, is much more important. Clive has worked closely with us in CAPSEE, and I particularly want to thank Clive because he really designed the content of this conference and put it together. So if you like it, and I'm sure you will, we've already gotten a lot of compliments on the content, and I think that very much that Clive deserves the credit for that. So with that, Clive. Oh, by the way, just one... Sorry, you have, I should have said this. You have a Wi-Fi on there. Of course, nobody's going to use it, right? Because you're all going to be paying attention and not on your email, but there is a Wi-Fi there. So, Clive, sorry.
Thank you, Tom. So I'd like to just briefly review the evidence that we've collected over the last 6 years and talk about the labor market returns to some college. Now, some college is the group of students who mostly start at community college and either complete or do not complete. There are students also who have BAs, but who start at four-year colleges, but I'm not going to talk about those. I'm going to talk about the group which most labor market data sets call some college. Now, start with a bit of context. We're really not super worried about people who get BA degrees. And there's a lot of evidence that the returns to a BA degree are extremely high. The lifetime earnings gain for getting a BA is at least $400,000. That's after you've adjusted for the cost of college. So we're not super worried about people who get BAs. We're really worried about people who start at community college and whether they finish and what skills they get and what jobs they get. So as Tom mentioned, one of the agendas for CAPSEE was to identify labor market returns for community college students, and we use large-scale data for this. We use full transcripts from colleges across a statewide system. We had information on where they transferred to and how long they were in the transfer college and if they got an award at the transfer college. And we have quarterly earnings data for each individual before they go to college, while they're in college, and after they leave college from UI records. And the states that we were working in, and also other states that have adopted this method, are listed there. There are a number of states. I'm going to report on as many as I can pull together systematically. Now, the method here is to think of a student who is moving along through time, and then they have a set of characteristics which are going to influence how productive they are in the labor market, and then they're going to have a wage before college, in college, and then after college. And what we're interested in is estimating the wage after they leave college. It's easiest to see this in a figure. So this is an earnings trajectory for a typical community college student who ends up with an associate's degree. And so they start college there. Before college, their earnings are pretty flat. In this example, which is Ohio data, the earnings are going upwards a little bit, and then when you go into college, your earnings go down, and they stay kind of flat for a few quarters, 8 quarters, 12 quarters, and then they start to go up. This is the average for an associate's degree completer. If you look at somebody who doesn't complete community college, starts in community college but does not complete, you get a trajectory that looks like that, which not only is a lot lower than the associate's degree trajectory, looks extremely flat. Extremely flat. And what we're interested in estimating, for the most part, is this gap here, these gaps between associate degrees and non-completers. And what I'm going to report is kind of the average of that gap. I'm following these students, these people all the way through, up to 44 quarters in some case. So I've got lots of gaps at points in time, and I'm going to take the average of those gaps. And when I do that, I get a conclusion which is pretty comforting. Relative to not completing, earnings gains for associate degree completers, so these are relative to people who go to community college but do not complete, these returns appear to be high, durable, so that is to say they last over time. They're robust. I'm going to talk about that in a breakout, so I'm not going to talk about that here. And they are consistent. And consistent is very helpful for us because we have, there's a graph of a figure of the alpha coefficients. Some of them are mushed together for the different states. I threw in a few other studies where I could make these comparable. These are 2015 dollars, so this is about $2,000 for North Carolina females and $1,800 for Kentucky males. The nice thing about this figure is that it is consistent. These numbers are pretty close together. Now, that is very helpful because there were about 6 different teams of economists working in 6 different states. So given that they are economists, 6 different teams, you would expect at least 9 different answers. And it turns out we got 9 different answers that were all the same. 9 different answers. These are pretty close together, given that there are some differences. I've harmonized the numbers so there's no inflation issues and there's not a time difference issue here. Roughly speaking, quarterly earnings gains are about $6,500 for each female. These are reasonably young people, and there are some zeros in there. And the earnings gain, that gap, is about $1,800 per person. So that's a pretty big gap. That's like 25%, something like that. For males, males are earning more than the females, and they have a pretty big gap too, but that gap is slightly smaller than the females, so about $1,200. So pretty high returns, consistent returns, and so that's a comforting result for people who think that associate degree completion is a desirable goal. Now, we have a lot of people getting certificates in our data sets, and the earnings gains for certificates are not as high as for associate's degrees. Again, this is relative to somebody who doesn't complete. So we describe the earnings gain to certificates as positive for the most part, but varied across states and fields of study, and also somewhat temporary for a certificate holder. So if I compare the earnings trajectory for community college starters, the purple line is some people with certificates look like the purple line relative to the non-completers, so they have a reasonable earnings gain, but there are a number of certificate holders whose earnings trajectory looks like that, which, given that you've had to go to college and you've got that dip there around 0, and you've stayed in college for longer, some of those certificates are not going to be high value. So the returns to certificates are not as promising as for associate's degrees, and when I estimate those gaps between certificate holders and non-completers, I get numbers across the states which in some cases cross 0. So now it's important to mention here that these are certificates relative to students who go to community college. So everybody's going to community college. Some complete a certificate, some complete no award at all. In some cases, the people with no award might actually have been in college longer than the person with a certificate, but they don't have an award. So across the estimates that we have, the earnings for females is about $6,500. The average gain for a certificate holder is about $740 for a female certificate holder and $530 for male certificate holders. So not a large amount, and we're not sure how long that lasts for either. Now, those are the awards. What about just staying in college? We have estimates of the returns to credits, and we find that more credits are associated with higher earnings, so there's a gap there. It's approximately monotonic, that is to say 10 credits is better than 5 credits, almost double, but there is some return to completing the award. So there is some benefit to just staying in college longer. Now, unambiguously, there are returns to health fields and vocational awards which are especially strong. And this is something that we've known for a while, but really jumps out in these analyses. The returns to a general associate's degree in arts appear to be no better than completing an award. In almost every study that we have, the field which is the most highest earning, the field with the highest earnings is health nursing, allied health. So every study, you look by field, what do the students do? The ones with the health and nursing awards do much better than others. And in fact, even if I just look at CTE, so career technical education, these are the gains for career and technical education completers over non-completers. And you can see there that in IT, there's not much of a gain for completing your award in the IT field, but the big gain in earnings is if you complete a health award. So this is something that we've known for a while, but really jumps out in these data sets, the returns to health. Conclusion number 5. We think the returns are broadly incremental. We try to emphasize incremental because a lot of people have talked about the variation in returns, but a lot of that variation is a consequence of more or better quality education. So that's called the incremental hypothesis, the idea that the variation is caused by a greater level of investment in college. And we see that for most of our studies. So those are the incremental quarterly earnings gains. If you have 10 credits, you get something over 0 credits. If you have a certificate, you get a slightly higher return, a diploma, higher return, associate degree, higher return, and then those who go on to get BAs get a much larger return. So we see this as an incremental hypothesis which we need to distinguish from the idea of variation. Now, we can look a little deeper into what these students are doing, and when we do that, we see a number of things about their early trajectory over through college, before college, through college, and after college. And what we notice is that the people who complete are doing something rational. They are deliberately scaling back their labor market activity while they're in college much faster than people who don't complete. So the people who don't complete are often not going to college as intensively as they probably should. We also see that a lot of the students are not giving up a lot of work when they go into college. A lot of them are still working, and they're maybe working less hours, but their opportunity cost of going to college appears to be quite low. They're not giving up their jobs in the classical way that you would expect them to. Now, unfortunately, one of the things we notice is that the completers rack up a lot more credits than they really needed to. And so typically the completers have about 70 credits instead of 60 credits, which is what you need for the degree. The non-completers have about 20 credits. So the non-completers are a long way behind the completers. They're not very close, and even though they think that they've got 20 credits, so they're a third of the way there, in practical terms, they're not a third of the way there because completion typically takes more than 60 credits. We also find that the returns grow slightly over the time period that we are looking at for associate degree holders. All mostly good news. If we look at some of the things that we might be worried about in using this information, we find that marginal students, those right on the edge who probably are worried about whether they should go to college or not, maybe they have a low GPA or maybe they're going to get put into remediation, that doesn't appear to make a lot of difference to the returns to college. So the idea that these are averages which do not apply to marginal students, there's not a huge amount of evidence for that. A lot of our data comes from during the Great Recession, and the Great Recession was a huge disturbance to the labor market. We find that the disturbance to the labor market doesn't really make too much of a difference in our results. So there's some, I think they're just going to grab me next and just pull me off. I've nearly finished, guys. Okay, now so the Great Recession does not appear to have done much to our results. The IT technology slowdown, the idea that you're no longer using a big machine anymore, you're using a very small amount of capital, that may have halted the growth in earnings gaps. I say may because I don't think it has, but it may have done that. In conclusion, the CAPSEE consensus seems to be that at least if we're talking about people who start at community college, there are pretty positive returns, especially in vocational fields. These appear to be incremental, more is better. They appear to be robust, at least across most fields and most states and colleges, and they appear to be broadly responsive to the macroeconomic trends that we've seen. And Tom likes things that rhyme, so we have a CAPSEE constant, and I think the CAPSEE constant is that relative to not completing, an associate degree holder will have about $1,500 more per quarter than a non-completer. And then I guess we end with a CAPSEE conundrum. These show us what economists have usually known, which is the rate of return to human capital is pretty strong, pretty positive, pretty robust. So why aren't people doing more of it? And that's really something that we have to explain as we do future work. Thank you so much.
I'm trying to figure out what I can say that everybody in this audience doesn't already know. Usually I speak to audiences that don't already know more than I do, but this is not one of those. I think the point I would like to make is more as much an historical one and a political one as it is one about the relationship between education and the economy. I think over the past 30 years, over the past 10 to 15 for educators, but consistently for everybody else, especially people who are trying to talk to the American public, that the lesson is the same throughout, and that is the job's the thing. All the other stuff is really secondary, unless it comes to health care and other elements of the welfare state. But in the United States, the job's the thing, more so than in most other nations, because the job is what drives your welfare in our system, whereas stronger welfare states in other parts of the world have much more to do with quality of life and so on. So that we find when we run American numbers on education against things like health care, crime, except white-collar crime does increase with education. Education makes white-collar crime more profitable, as the researchers have found, and as we see all around us. And in the end, they're meeting down the hall. There's a big meeting on infrastructure with even more old white guys than you see up on this stage. But there is in the end, that's the key to this story. And it's a story that for Americans has turned out relatively happily. And that is, if this were the 1970s, we'd be standing here in great fear as we lost manufacturing jobs to the Japanese and Germans. As we all agreed, and I was one of them, I worked for the AFL-CIO in those days, who was worried that we were going to have to make a living taking in each other's wash. We were all going to get McJobs once the high productivity manufacturing jobs disappeared. So we fought that, fought trade. There was lots of talk about deindustrialization, and Senator Kennedy even challenged Jimmy Carter on the basis of his proposals for reindustrialization. So we're living that story, and a major part of that story, and what is really very different between the 70s and now, is that in the 70s, 2/3 of the workers had high school or less, and they were doing just fine. and happy about the fact that they didn't have to go to school beyond high school. Because when you ask workers, and I've been in rooms many times when this comes up, there's always somebody who wants to bring the education or training solution for a jobs problem. And I can remember being with a boss of mine in Maine when we were talking about shutting down one of our shipbuilding yards. And the discussion was him getting up and talking about how he'd fight to keep it open, and then him calling on his staff guy, me, to stand up and talk about CETA, the Comprehensive Employment and Retraining Act, which was going to save all those hard-working Mainers. The room went very silent, and as we walked out the door, he said to me, "We just screwed up." And I said, "Why?" He said, "You just told them all they're going to be fired. And they don't care about training or education. They don't want either. What they want is a job." We saw that in this last presidential contest. Sanders and Clinton, the Democrats, the party of the meritocrats, the party of higher education, of college-educated workers, they proposed free college. It worked with their base. The other guy proposed jobs, and he won the white-collar working class. And if it were not for the loyalties of minorities to the Democrats, I think he would have won them too. So the message in all of this is always jobs. And what you're hearing today, and what CAPSEE has done brilliantly over the past several years, is to bring these two ideas together, jobs and education. Educators resist this. They do so because they believe, quite rightly, that the purpose of education is not to create foot soldiers for American capitalism, that the purpose of education in a democratic society is human flourishing. But of course, the other reality intervenes, and that is in a democratic society with a capitalist market-based economy. If you can't get a job, it's very hard to participate fully or develop fully as a human being. You can be very well educated, but you're not going to be developed very well if you're living under a bridge. You won't be a lifelong learner if you're not a lifelong earner. That lesson comes home over and over and over again. And it is one that is just being learned in American education and resisted mightily by American higher education for fear that they will lose Shakespeare. So in the end, that is the message of this conference and the summary of the work that's been done by CAPSEE and a lot of us over the past several years. The remarkable thing about this is that in the 80s, it turned out, after the 80-81 recession, when we were all pretty gloomy because the manufacturing jobs were going, Volcker and Carter started the 80-81 recession because we couldn't beat inflation, so the way they figured to do that was to take money out of workers' pockets. That would bid down prices, so we fired the American workforce, especially the industrial workforce. And it turned out that made a great deal of sense in economic terms, because we added in technology, huge investment, structural change, massive increases in productivity, and the productivity boom in the industrial sector afforded us a service economy. And the education sector nowadays is largely about becoming the workforce development system, the personnel operation for a post-industrial service economy. That's where educated workers go now. They don't do much heavy lifting, and they tend to work indoors. So there is a story here that really is a story about the United States and its attempt to balance democratic values with capitalism. And education is now part of that bargain. It's not just about educators anymore. So we're very lucky that happened, because I can tell you that at least among most of the economists that I palled around with in the 1970s, we didn't believe that was going to happen. So in the end, what did happen is a massive restructuring of the economy, the use of technology, technology-biased, skill-biased technology change, in the end produced demand for a workforce that had more than high school. And we saw some remarkable things since. That is, we doubled and almost tripled the stock of workers with college in the American workforce, and at the same time, we doubled their compensation relative to high school, the college wage premium. Usually in economics, when you triple supply, you don't double value. You reduce cost and value. Much the same thing is true of the AA and true of a whole variety of more highly specific kinds of education and training that have grown since and that we're hearing about today in this particular CAPSEE study. So there were two things that happened in the 80s, after 83. And that is, number one, the wage premium for college doubled, even though we tripled the supply of college-educated workers. That then validated, and I think continues to validate, the American model, which is the hybrid education that includes 30 to 40% in a college major. Nowadays, 80% of those majors are in fields connected directly to occupations. 20% are in social science, humanities, and the softer fields. We doubled the value of degrees. We proved, and the evidence continues, although it's thin, the evidence continues to roll in that the combination of specific and general education is still the best way to go, that it produces longer-term labor market participation for people who get it, that it satisfies all sorts of other basic needs in a society, that is the combination of specific and general learning, also increases health care, increases civic participation, reduces blue-collar crime, increases white-collar crime. That's my favorite finding. And in the end, that's why I wear blue shirts. In the end, that fact is something that we're still struggling with, because there is a movement afoot, and it's very strong, and it's hard to disagree with it, to build post-secondary education into job training, as the educators would say in panic. In the end, I suspect that won't work. I think in the end, we should be committed to a system that provides people both general and specific education that allows them to fulfill themselves and flourish as human beings in a democracy, and also allows them to make a living. Because if educators don't prepare people to make a living in a market economy, they cannot fulfill their other obligations to the culture, society, and the development of individuals. So in the end, I think that's where we're headed. I heard this morning that in many cases we're seeing very narrow certificates, AAs, and technical degrees, badges, stacked certificates, and so on and so forth, and all of the new animals in the zoo, and there'll be many more, because the for-profit schools are coming back with a vengeance. So but in the end, what we're finding is that traveling from there to the BA has enormous benefits for people. So not only is that good news for Georgetown, where I work, but I think it's also good news for the American population on the whole. The issue is, how are we going to pay for that? We simply don't have the money. And so the efficiency of this system to provide both general and specific education is the core issue. We have two major service industries that don't perform well: healthcare and education. We're going to have to find ways to unbundle value, build modern management systems, which have already taken over all the other industries, modern management systems that are essentially networks. In the case of education, networks at the program level, not the institutional level, because what we're finding is the institution matters less and less and less, and the program matters more and more and more. But institutions, networks of program-level education and training treatments tied to clearly measured outcome standards. The easiest outcome standard to measure is wages, hours worked, or employment, and if we could get occupation on the wage record data, we could measure career pathways as well. I think that's where we're going in the next 10 to 15 years. It's already well on the way. Essentially, that check is in the mail. There's wide agreement on both sides of the aisle that we need to get more efficiency and productivity out of our education system, in many ways similar to what we're trying to do in healthcare. So with this new game, which is that education drives opportunity more and more, there are new rules. Rule number one is The old-time religion still obtains. Getting a mixed education that is both specific and general, and it doesn't matter which comes first. Getting an education that is both specific and general is still pretty much a sure thing. More education is still better than less education. On average, a graduate degree makes more than a BA, makes more than a AA, makes more than a certificate. Industry-based certifications are the curveball in the game because they mostly go to people who already have degrees. So there is a clear indication that the longer-term value of general and specific education in combination and its immediate effects on human lives, in part because it drives higher incomes that allows you to buy health care and makes robbing a candy store inefficient, robbing a bank more efficient. But in the end, there are huge income effects, but there is a socialization effect in education that does all sorts of good things for people, like getting them to vote. And as the Republicans will tell you, if you go to the BA, it makes them vote like Democrats, which is a problem. So I think in the end, we've stumbled into a good situation there. But the second fact is the one that is most difficult for educators, and that is that what we saw since '83 was a doubling of the BA wage premium over high school, but what we also saw was a quadrupling of the differences in earnings by field of study, and that is by far the more significant finding. What it means is, rule number 2 is, what you take determines what you make. And then there are other rules. There's a third rule which says, in the end, because of differences in earnings by field of study, principally, sometimes less education is worth more. More than 40% of BAs make more than the average graduate degree, more than 30% of AAs make more than the average BA. There are certificates that make more than the average BA, and in some cases, mostly female-dominated graduate degrees in early childhood education and the like make more than a fair share of the graduate degrees. So it is a system now that is both driven by the demands of specific and general learning. The difficulty we face is that we've built a system in which the general learning increasingly goes to white people who have parents with bank accounts. Something on the order of 75 to 80% of all the new white college students since 1994 are going to the top 500 four-year colleges. Something on the order of 75% of the new Latino and African American students entering the system are getting job training. They're going to the open admission four-year college, but even more so to the two-year college system, and they're slipping rapidly into certificates and sub-AA kinds of training. And so we're building a dual system, a la Germany, of our own. The issue there is to ensure that there is equal opportunity to progress to the BA. I think that really is the longer-term challenge. It also brings the economists back around in agreement with the educators, which will be a happy moment when it occurs. In any event, thank you and have a good conference.
So I'm a journalist, not an academic, which means I am not an expert. I see my job as translating the experts, as making academic research more accessible to the general public. That's part of my mission. I do my best, but I don't always succeed. I can't reach everyone. And I'm here to talk about oops, there we go. Nope. How do I get to my? Keep going, sorry. Here we go, sorry. I'm here to talk about the many myths, misperceptions, and half-truths about higher education, as evidenced by the many angry emails I get. And there are tons and tons of myths, as I'm sure you know, and many of them are very persistent. I could go through, probably 20, many revolving around the fact that people believe that college students today are all 18 to 22-year-old childless adults, going around in toga parties, sort of more Animal House style. But I'm going to focus on a few. I think I have 5 of them here today, that many of them fall broadly into the category of like kids these days stereotypes. So let's talk about the first one here, which is that it's easy to work your way through college, meaning that financial aid, whether you're getting it from your parents or the institution or the federal government through a loan or a grant, is only for leeches and layabouts. And you may have heard this as well. It is true that labor force participation of school-enrolled students has fallen over time. It's a little bit hard to read on this chart, but basically in the 80s, it was around 60%. Today, it's closer to about 50%, so it has declined. It is true that fewer people who are enrolled in school are working. This is for age 20 to 24, and from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Are any of you familiar with the old Economy Steve meme? Does this ring a bell? Okay, so there's this meme that, you know what memes are, right? They're like, okay, you got that. There's this meme of this like boomer generation, older guy yelling at kids these days, and here's one of them. When I was in college, my summer job paid the tuition. Yeah, but tuition was $400. It wasn't exactly $400, but we do have some data looking at how the relative value of working has changed over time, working at minimum wage jobs versus what it costs to go to school. And this actually comes courtesy of Sandy Baum, who I think may be here. Hi, Sandy. And who had sent me this data recently as part of the Urban Institute's recent college affordability website, which is awesome. You should all look at it. So what we're looking at here is basically what you would earn if you're working part-time during the school year and full-time during breaks, summer vacation, if you're working minimum wage. And so that is, my printout is in black and white. Let's see. That is the blue line. And you can see that back in the 70s, what you could earn through that kind of work schedule was about equal to what you would have to pay for tuition fees, room and board at a public four-year institution. Roughly equivalent. Today, of course, the minimum wage is worth much less, and college costs much more. So, in fact, whereas before you could roughly pay for not only going to college, but also living expenses, like room and board, today you can't even pay for tuition. So the tuition line is the red line, tuition and fees, and then is it green on there, it looks like? The green line is everything combined. So it doesn't come close to adding up. And I should clarify that these are published numbers. They're not net numbers. The net tuition numbers don't go back that far. But you get roughly a sense of how much more difficult it has become to pay your way through college, which might be part of the reason why there are a lot of voters who are resistant to the idea of providing more subsidies to today's higher education students. Right? Because they haven't realized that these numbers have changed. Okay. Myth number 2, most college grads can't find jobs, or if they can, they all stink. They're all working at Starbucks, for example. Everybody's underemployed. And as we know, this is wrong. So here from the New York Fed, they have also a wonderful source for looking at the returns to higher education, particularly unemployment and underemployment of college grads. They have data showing the unemployment rates for all college graduates age 22 to 65 and also recent college graduates. So those are the ones who are supposed to be working at Starbucks. And as you can see, all college graduates are at like 2.5% unemployment rate, whereas recent college graduates are about 4%. Hard to imagine that these are all, that these anecdotes that you hear about all these recent grads living in their parents' basements because they can't find jobs, et cetera, that they're actually unemployed. The data do not bear that out. And actually, if you compare it to all workers, recent college grads are doing better than all workers. All workers have like about a 5% right now unemployment rate. And then if you compare that to the same age group, age 22 to 27, without a BA, it's way higher than everybody else. So clearly, this perception that students shouldn't even bother going to college because they're not going to get a job anyway is misguided. Now, what about underemployment rates? So this is again from the New York Fed, and you can see that so these are underemployment here. I mean, it's very hard to define generally. You hear this term a lot. I think in this particular instance, they're looking at whether people are in jobs that are not supposed to require a degree. And you can see that a lot of college graduates have been in these jobs, college graduates basically of all ages. But the share of them in jobs that supposedly don't require bachelor's degrees has been roughly flat, like in the mid-30s since 1990. The share of bachelor's degree recipients who are in these jobs who are younger, who are recent grads, that number has bounced around a little bit, but it's not really that different today than from what it was in the 90s. So it's hard, again, this perception that suddenly we have this surge of useless college degrees that can't get people jobs or can't get people jobs outside of a grocery store or Starbucks is misguided. And again, the same, you can also look at similar data for wages. So the blue line here is the bachelor's degree wages, and for recent, again, this is all for recent college graduates. I think it's yellow on the chart. The yellow line here is for high school diploma recipients of the same age. These are medians, and then the gray shading around that is for the 25th to the 75th percentile. And so you can see, again, even the 25th percentile recent college graduate is earning more than the median high school graduate. Doesn't mean it's causal, of course. There are selection issues, but this perception that these people can't get jobs, they can't get jobs better than their classmates from high school who didn't go on to college is wrong, whatever the mechanism behind it. The next one, this is my favorite one. The reason the jobs stink, you're assuming myth number 2 is correct, they do stink, is that everyone majors in women's studies. And I get this all the time. I don't know why. I don't know if there's like a persistent segment on Fox News where they talk about this, but I hear this all the time. But it's not always women's studies. Sometimes it's like dance or art history or, basket weaving or whatever. And it is true, as we have heard, that there is a dispersion in labor market outcomes depending on what you major in. And students may not realize that they're leaving money on the table if they want to make more money because they're majoring in art history or whatever. Not that money is the only objective. There's great value to studying the humanities. I don't know about basket weaving, but some of these other subjects, I don't mean to imply that jobs are the only thing that matter. Here's another one of these memes that's sort of in the same category. I don't know if this one has a name. It's not like Old Economy Steve, but in any case, it's the same idea. So I looked at the data for this, and I've sent these numbers to readers on occasion. So in the 2014-2015 school year, this is from Education Department data, there were 1.9 million bachelor's degrees awarded. Of those, only about 1,000 were for women's studies. In fact, if you combine all area, ethnic, cultural, gender group studies, so, queer studies, African American studies, whatever, even then, that's less than 8,000 degrees, which is, the numbers were about 0.4% of the total. Visual and performing arts degrees were about 96,000, and that includes art history. And that's only about 5% of the total. I don't have stats on basket weaving, but actually there is a category called fiber, textile, and weaving arts, and there were 187 degrees. So I need to go find those people and write a profile of them, probably. And if you want to look at the distribution of degrees awarded over time, you can see that there have been changes since the 70s. So I'm showing some of these here. Hopefully you can read them. that bottom group, humanities, has actually fallen, and that category is what includes women's studies and ethnic studies and all of that. That's how they're categorized in this data set. And then you can see that there have been declines in some of these other groups. Education has gone way down. Computer sciences, I believe, has gone down a little bit, and computer science, or no, excuse me, that's gone up a couple of percentage points. So there have been some changes in the distribution, but among the biggest gainers are things that should be practical, right? If we're talking about students being much less practical today than they used to be, business has surged. There's been a huge increase in the share of degrees that are awarded for business, and then other fields. So other fields includes lots of things, but many of them are sort of the more practical ones. Health professions, law enforcement, journalism. I'm not sure that's so practical, but I think students think it's practical. So anyway, you can see that the numbers don't exactly correspond to what the public believes the choices that students are making are. The next one is about debt. So this is the idea that the average new grad has like 40 grand in debt. And yes, you can find these people. I've written about them, in fact. And so maybe I'm part of the problem. But there is this perception that they represent all college graduates and that these people are never going to be able to pay this funding back. So here is also from the Urban Institute's College Affordability site, and you can see the distribution of how much debt recent graduates have. And for all graduates, the share that have over $40,000 in debt is like 18%. It's small. It's not everyone. In fact, 30% have no debt at all upon graduation. And there's, a lot of variation depending on the student and what school they go to, of course. But once again, this idea of this iconic student who has $40,000, $50,000 in debt is not accurate. You are more likely to see them, however, if they went to a for-profit school, which I'm sure all of you know. The types of students who go there and the funding models for those schools are different. So my last one is about climbing walls. Again, I hear this all the time from readers, that the reason why tuition has become more expensive is because of all these frivolities that schools are providing, climbing walls, lazy rivers, that sort of thing. And yes, again, there are some like flagship schools or other schools that are trying to attract more students because through these kinds of perks, but as I'm sure you know, this is not the model. And particularly in public colleges, if you look at the numbers, a large part of the reason why tuition has gone up is that funding has gone down. Public funding has gone down. As one public college president put it, our school used to be state-funded, and then it was state-sponsored, and now it's just state-located. But if you look at this chart, it's basically showing the top bars, the green bars, are tuition revenue, and the blue ones are funding from the state. And basically every time there's a recession, funding is cut, and it recovers somewhat during a recovery, but not necessarily fully, and tuition has to make up the balance. So it's not climbing walls, it's that, somebody has to be bearing the cost of these students' education, and if we used to consider it a public good, it's now more of a private good. It's the burden of that cost is borne more by the students. So anyway, thank you so much.
Well, first, let me say a thank you to CAPSEE on behalf of the many community college people in the audience. I know at least a few of you eagerly wait for the papers to come out, and to see the research that CAPSEE has done is really helps us a great deal on the ground. It also stimulates us to do our own little research projects and think through on an institutional level some of the issues that have been raised by the panelists today and the work of CAPSEE in general. So what I'm going to report upon is really a very modest little, what I call research action project that really stems from the work that we do on the level of the community college. And it starts with a paradox, and Tony sort of put this, I think, in a national framework, but we can look at it locally. Macomb Community College plays a big role with the auto industry. We get lots of people jobs, and during the Great Recession in 2010, we had over 3,400 adults, and we consider the, quote, non-traditional student, the adult student, age 24 and up, in our programs. And now as the automobile industry, so we had 3,400 adults in our programs, as the automobile industry now begins to rebound and expand, our actual adult enrollment is dropping. And where adults used to provide 39% of our total credit courses, now it's down to 30%. And this is a trend that exists not just at Macomb, but in most community colleges. Adult students are not coming to the community colleges for credit classes. And this is the paradox. At the same time, the economy is increasing in its job production, and of course, as many of the economists in the room know, the skills gap is a sort of, as one economist put it, a kind of high-level wine that exists among most employers. They can't seem to find people, et cetera. Yet we can't seem to get adults to come back to school. So we wanted to kind of explore that paradox a little bit at Macomb Community College. And what we did is we went to our customers. We do a great deal of work with manufacturing firms in the auto industry. And we started to, ask them this question. What's going on with your programs? Why? And these are companies that have used Macomb for apprenticeship programs, for customized training, for credit programs. What's going on inside of your companies that are making, less utilizing us as an institution, much less? And what we found is by looking at some of these companies, over 40% of the companies that we had dealt with had eliminated their educational benefit programs during the Great Recession, that as part of their survival mechanisms to continue their own operations, they simply eliminated many of the internal operations that they had. What that then we began to realize is that we have lost a kind of relationship, and that this issue of skills gap and what it looks like on the ground, on the local level, is that there really is a very inefficient allocation of both the skill needs of employers and the ability of educational institutions to respond to them. And I think this question of, it's not even an economic question, it's almost a cultural question of how people see, in companies, how people see their skill needs and how able they are to articulate them and how well we are as educators to try to respond to them. So we began then to look at our own programs, and what did we find? So first, as I mentioned, the issue of our own companies had eliminated programs. The second that we also clearly see is that many adults do come back to school, but they come back to school for very short-term job training programs. That those programs, at least in our institution, continue to grow. So the question became for us how we can utilize those short-term job training programs, because as Tony, I think, put it, this is what attracts people to the college, adults, and think about how we could take what Peter Barr from the University of Michigan is going to talk about probably later, skill builders, people who are coming with specific courses, and see if we could extend those specific courses into some programs that at some point would begin to turn into credit programs. So we started with some of our Department of Labor grants, and we actually began to pack into those Department of Labor grants first foundation skills, basic skills in English and math and communication skills. We second began to pack into these programs certifications, so that the actual short-term training, which was attracting people to the college, was beginning to expand into actual almost regular, looking like credit classes. The third is that we began to see that question of how one, even though Macomb and like many other community colleges now integrates credit and non-credit education, we really hadn't seen the non-credit side of the organization as a place to market the credit courses and to set up, and we began to set up internally articulation agreements between the non-credit courses that if adults continued to come and move to the credit side, we would institutionally give credits for their non-credit work at our own institutions. Fourth, we also began to see that even though, like many of the colleges in this room, Macomb played a role in achieving the dream, we're a leadership college, et cetera, almost all our work in the area of student success assumed younger students. We actually didn't develop career pathways for people going part-time. We didn't see that as even though the majority of our adults are part-time students. So we began to change the way in which our program sequences started to work. Fourth, a lot of our work in achieving the dream was with the help of CCRC and other grants that we got from foundations to really redesign our registration system to make sure that our orientation was very robust for students, that they understood a community college, what we did, et cetera, et cetera. In the surveys of our adults, we found that they not only didn't like that, they found it, in fact, an inhibitor to them registering because they knew what they want. And why did they have to go through all this stuff that prevented them from getting, registered? And it's an interesting issue that adults come to the school in a very different way than younger people, and so we're thinking about whether we need a different kind of registration system to move adults from the non-credit side to the credit side for long-term gains. Fifth, even though we had extensive relationships with four-year institutions, many of whom offer classes on our campus, and we even have a medical school on one of our campuses, the four-year institutions were not really designing programs or developing ways in which adults who proceeded into our credit programs could move into a bachelor's degree. And I think, again, something that Tony said is very important, that these are individuals who can and should come back to school for a job, but as they look at their careers and whether they can move upward in that workspace, they're going to need a four-year degree, and how we kind of market that is important. In light of this, we also, again, as many of you who have researched Pell know, adults, even though they use Pell, are often not aware of Pell unless it's explained to them, are often not in a position. There are very few scholarships that our foundation gets from employers that are concentrated around adult learners. And the whole issue of financial aid and how to finance one's career becomes, I think, an important, kind of question. Sixth, among some of our new immigrant groups that are coming to our college, we began also to start thinking about how co-generational learning strategies might begin to work. That is, the children of some of our new immigrants, and in our case, they're Chaldeans, Yemeni, and Bengalis, are coming to the schools through the high school and coming to the college, but often to see our job training programs and our short-term credit programs as ways of attracting, adults and families who could come together. And then finally, two other important, I think, points. In talking with adults and talking about whether they would want it to go into credit programs, what began to be clear is adults didn't really like the counseling aspect, but they were looking for coaches. They were looking for people who had done what we were asking them to do, and how the experience of mentors and the experience of coaches could actually encourage more adults to return to school, because they can see that others like themselves in their own situation were able to do that. And finally, and I think this is again a kind of interesting policy issue, if we look at America's College Promise, and we look at the good work that's been done around the country in this area, most of it focuses on younger people. Most of it focuses on people moving out of high school into 2 years of a community college. We began to think, and we're trying to figure out how to do this, to work with our local companies and to really start to think of the first 2 years of a community college as an important way in which a first job is earned, or a career is started or restarted for adults as well. So with that, this is our little modest effort. We think this issue is a major question for community colleges, and I think we can put it in somewhat of a kind of a political framework. For many adults, when faced with jobs or school, they are now, at this point at least, picking jobs, assuming that the jobs are going to be there. And again, when you look at a county like Macomb County, where you have large numbers of adults without any college education whatsoever, they're much more likely to gravitate towards people who will say, we're going to bring those jobs back, we're going to create, work for you. And less likely to see us when we talk about how we can, come back to school, learn some more skills, and, we'll get you a better job. So this issue of adults and the response of community colleges is not just an economic issue. It's also, I think, a societal question and certainly a political question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This was an unusual panel because everybody was on time. So we have time for questions. There are, I can't see them, but I'm told there are microphones. There's one there and over there. So if you have a question, why don't you go to the microphone? I have some questions myself. So, Michael.
Michael Collins, Jobs for the Future. A lot of the post-secondary work that we do is focused on the sub-baccalaureate. And a lot of what I'm hearing is really around the importance of the 4-year. So given that so many students coming into community colleges are underprepared and have life circumstances that are really dire, the implications for persisting to a 4-year, it just seems really daunting. So what are we to do with people who are coming into community colleges, not college proficient in all subject areas, living in really rough kind of economic conditions? I mean, how are we to have a conversation about bachelor's degrees for those individuals? I'd just like to see how we get from there to what you are suggesting is optimal. I don't disagree. I'm just having a hard time getting from where the students are to this this BA. So any number of you.
Well, I think in the end, What we've done, and everybody in this room has been part of this, and the momentum in this effort will continue, which is to attach education to jobs, part because it makes sense. Education got attached to jobs after 1983. Where I face this is in work that I do on boards that deal with disadvantaged kids, and in dealing with disadvantaged kids personally, face to face. You're always confronted by somebody who sits down in front of you, oftentimes in high school or in college, but they're in trouble. That is, they don't know what their next step is. So, and this has a lot to do with whether we reinstate vocational education in high school, which we're about to do, I think. I think the momentum is there to do that again and moving relatively fast. So the issue gets to be tracking. So we're going to have BAs for rich white kids, and we're going to have AAs and job training for black kids, Latinos, working class white kids, and so on. That's a problem. Now, we've sort of made a deal with each other, also beginning in '83 with the Nation at Risk report, that we would build a purely academic education system, K through 12. Everybody would get Algebra 2. Well, that's turned out to be too much of a good thing. The whole education reform movement in K-12 is crashing on Algebra 2. So we need alternative tracks. Again, up comes the tracking issue. But the moral dilemma is when you're dealing with an individual person who is in some difficulty and needs help to take the next step, oftentimes the answer is get job training, not education. Education is too big a bite. So I think you have to live with the fact that the goal is to help people move along from where they are. That means that the BA will be increasingly reserved for affluent white kids. The selective BA already is. So that's a problem. I don't quite know how to solve it because you have the immediate needs of people who are out of work, in trouble. Their next step may be a dangerous one and destructive. We're now seeing an extended period between high school graduation and from an extended period between youth dependency and adult independence. It used to be 18 to 25 when a boy, because that's what the old data did, when a boy could get from 18 at age 25, hit the median hourly wage. That was, from a sociologist's perspective, that was moving from youth dependency to adult independence. That age is now 32. So we've got this new space, and most of what has to happen there is human capital development and work experience. So we've got this new space that we absolutely can't afford in terms of funding it for everybody and moving everybody towards the BA. That is a dilemma. I think it is the next dilemma we face. I think people like CAPSEE and a lot of you have done a remarkably good job. We're not there yet, but bringing training into the education system. The next issue that's up is what about education in the training system?
Yeah, if I could just add, I think the issue is to get individuals into the workplace and impart that socialization at the workplace builds their own confidence, and to make sure that, if you're doing, training, that you're open to individuals who can make the transition later on, 3 or 4 years after they may work for a while, to come back to the institution and to go into, to increase their education. I think you start where, and the point I think is, you start where the individuals are, and if individuals are coming to us looking for a job, we have to figure out how to get them at least into that kind of context.
Do I see another question there?
Oh, sure, thanks. Patrick Lane from the Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education. And this is a question, I think, mainly for Clive. You mentioned that one of the big differences you saw in the data were that non-completers were not scaling back their labor participation as much as completers. And you see a lot of programs around that are pushing people to take more and more credits. That's the key to completion. But were you able to tease anything out as to the why behind that? Is it purely an elective choice, or are people facing, other commitments, life, work, et cetera, that may be preventing them from scaling back?
So that's a good question. We weren't able to tease out why these people were doing this, whether it was layoffs were forcing the people to take less work, or whether it was a conscious decision. I'm focused on my studies. So we weren't able, we could do that, but we didn't do it. So I think there are some related studies that say that you really should be focusing on your studies in order to get through the whole momentum idea, and that certainly comports with these results, but we didn't look at that directly.
Yes? Oh.
Patrick Kelly from Enchins, Colorado. We've been doing a lot of similar work in 5 or 6 states over the years. And one of the things that really has an impact, particularly when you drop down to sub-baccalaureate level, is mobility. And when you talk about training, it's training for what? Because if you look at regions within states, the availability of jobs varies as much as it does nationally. And these are typically students that are not mobile. So you really have to look at the demand side of the jobs and the supply side in addition to the earnings outcomes. So it's a bigger picture. Comment, if you will. That was more of a statement.
Yeah, not sure that's a point taken. So, why don't we go have another question?
Sure. My name's Kathy Valle. I work for the U.S. House Committee on Education and the Workforce with the minority. So in HEA, career training programs must prepare students for gainful employment in a recognized occupation. There's been conversation about extending this to all degrees across all sectors. So I'm interested to know, given that the degrees or higher education was created, I think for, these maybe different purposes than career training programs were created, would we be ready to transition to this? What are some of the pros and cons? Would love to hear some thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, what you're saying, and I'm glad to hear it, although that is that the major progress we made on this actually begins with George Bush, people should remember, because we couldn't figure out as a nation what happened to the high school dropouts, and there were stories running around saying they were kidnapped or something. So we dropped a lot of money on putting student records online in computers, and then followed that with Obama dropping $760 million, I think it was, to connect higher education curriculums to wage record data. That is the state longitudinal data system. That, I think, is the spine of the system that's being built. It's available in almost every state except 3 or 4. And the pure answer is we should subject every post-secondary program, whether it's provided by Donald Trump or by Harvard University, to wage record and employment outcome standards. And that will allow us to allow a lot more people in to the production of these programs, not just educators, which is clearly in the air now with the for-profits coming back. But the issue, of course, is we don't have the committee chairman on our side in the House. We've got bipartisan support for this, have had it for a long time. At some point, that coin will drop in the slot, whether it's a state-based system or a national system. It's inevitable. It's coming. So whether we should then subject, I think probably the easy compromise, although I don't see a need to compromise with the education lobby. They're not strong enough on this issue to stop it. But the easy compromise is let the BAs take a walk and just focus this on any program that pretends to do career preparation. Just cut to the nub. I think we should do it for BAs as well, and at least demand transparency, if not gainful employment outcomes.
Yes.
Ann Warren, Hudson County Community College. would take issue with just kind of accepting the seemingly inevitable status quo. If all this data, and I would agree basically with your conclusions, but going back to some sort of a tracking system and a two-tier education system, that sounds un-American to me, and in a way. And I'm not an idealist saying, okay, we should go just to higher education to study philosophy, and I do understand that people need jobs. I work in an urban community college, and most of my students, are overextended, and they do need jobs. But I think if we know all this information and we have this data, I don't think we should accept that the reality is that a few privileged white kids get opportunities, and the rest of society have certificates and associate's degrees that are not mobile, they're limited in opportunities and limited in income, and that college is only linked to jobs and wages. And I think if we know all this, rather than accepting it, shouldn't we push for reforming the education system? And we know that the way it is right now, it's not working. So we have information, we have data. This is the time to really push for structural education reform, and not just say, we're going to have a two-tiered system, that's it, can't fix it, just deal with it and accept it. I don't think that's where we should go.
Catherine?
Thank you.
So I'd like to weigh in on this a little bit. I think part of the impediment is that you say we have data, we know all of this. Everyone in this room knows all of this. Everyone outside of this room does not. And that's part of the reason I wanted to talk about some of the disconnect between what the numbers show, what the experts know, and what the general public believes. And I implore you to try to find ways to engage more outside of academia, outside of your institution, and whether that means talking to journalists or writing to newspapers or whatever. But I think really one of the barriers is that the experts know these things. The experts realize that higher education is the route to mobility, is the route to jobs, but and that there are serious access issues. But the general public does not. Either they don't understand the connection between higher education and earnings potential or mobility, or they don't understand, or even if they know that, they don't realize that lots of Americans don't have those opportunities because they think college is cheap, because they think it's easy to work your way through, and that there aren't these other sort of life obstacles that get in the way, like childcare, for example. So my message to all of you is to try to find ways to talk outside of your institutions, whether they're community colleges or otherwise, and engage more with the public, because I think that's really the obstacle.
Okay, we have time for one more question. So,
Dick Romano from the SUNY system in New York State. General versus specific education. Back on that, and Tony and Jim both talked about it. There's a really, I've taught in a community college for 40 years. There's a really strong subset of students, young students, that enter the community college that don't want to do high school over again. They just don't want to do English, they don't want to do history, they don't want to do a lot of the things that you need to get a degree, and they want to connect with the labor market right away. And so I really do agree with you on that. Not everybody, but there's a good, strong subset that does. We need to connect those students with the labor market right away and let them get the general education later if they want a bachelor's degree, okay? So I really do strongly agree with that idea. I'm also really worried about the issue of quality in community colleges, but I don't have a good measure of it, so that's a problem. You know, there's so much of a push to get more credentials and more people out the door with such a high percentage of adjunct faculty in the community college. I mean, the combination of performance-based funding with adjunct faculty could be fatal. I mean, it's just too easy to give everybody an A and get them through there. At least if they get a job, we've got some measure that maybe it had some good. Thanks.
All right, that's many questions there. Maybe we should leave that as the goal to answer some of those questions in the rest of the conference. So why don't we give our panel a... All right, so people always complain that there's not enough time to talk to people. We have too many sessions, and I think we're probably guilty of that, but you do have a half hour now, so please enjoy that. And then there are 3 breakouts, returns to community college, more of the big picture, that's in the Pan America. Now, I think all of these are, through the compliance gauntlet, and then down to those rooms. And then there's returns to short-term stays in community college, that's Statler AB, returns to technical and vocational programs. So when you're done with that, since we do have a tight schedule, please come back here for lunch at 12. Thank you.
We're going to be starting in about 2 minutes.
I do have some slides if you have a lot.
We're going to start now. Keep eating. Tom is a great professor, so he's willing to talk over all the noise. Again, I'm Jim Jacobs, president of Macomb Community College, and I think it's very difficult to introduce somebody that most of you know, and rather than go through all the different things about Tom, you know, he's the George and Abby O'Neill Professor of Economics and Education at Teachers College, director of the CCRC, and director of the CAPSEE Center, etc. Let me just say something which recognize a really important asset and contribution that Tom has made over the years. And as many of you know who are researchers, we in the community colleges are very insecure and defensive about research. You know, we're always worried about bad news and looking bad, you know, having our status questioned. So we're always concerned about who does the research, how the research is done, etc. I think the work that Tom in particular has done over the past 20 years has really overcome much of this stigma. His unique combination of empathy and empirical rigor has won over community college practitioners. And really it's a sign of a significantly altered inside of the community colleges, the openness to use research and to really help us move forward. So that, I think, is a huge contribution, and all the other stuff about the centers and everything are obviously very, very important. But it's this that many of you in this audience who are researchers are reaping the benefits from really his abilities to really open us up as institutions and really take research seriously. So with that, it's my great pleasure to introduce my friend Tom Bailey.
All right, thank you, Jim. I've got to say that that in the 5 or 6 years we've had CAPSEE, it's often been difficult. We've been hounding people to get their papers in, their financial issues, but I want to say that it's really great now to sort of see this come together. In the last 6 months or so, we've kind of tried to think about the overall implications of the center, and it's really given us a chance to get beyond the kind of trees that we've been in and sort of see the big picture. There are many things I'd like to talk about, but I'm going to talk about one thing, which is the issue of short-term credentials, which I think is certainly emerging as a theme to this conference. When we started, this was a big issue for us. And I'm really glad, and we wanted to kind of open up the whole issue of short-term credentials, and I'm really happy to see, I think, that we've succeeded in doing that we've done a tremendous amount of work on that, and if you just were at the discussions this morning in the breakouts, you could see that, I think you could see that. So I do think that, short-term credentials are important. This sort of narrative about higher education, especially up until the last 10 or 15 years, was really about bachelor's degrees. So the research that was done on that was mostly about bachelor's degrees. There was an awful lot of research we still see that is some college, which sort of includes 1 credit, an associate's degree, a certificate, 75 credits, et cetera. So I think that's one thing we wanted to move it beyond that, and I think we've made a lot of progress in thinking about the associate's degree, but I still think that the certificate remains to be one area, or the short-term credentials. Let's not just say the certificate is one area that still needs more work. So I think there's other issues about that, why this is an important thing to look at. Right now, I think we're getting a lot of favorable discussion about short-term credentials. I think it's fair to say that the higher ed policy of the new administration isn't entirely clear, but I think the things that we have heard have been, let's train people for work. There's some issue about, maybe there was a bit of the women's studies issue that we had this morning. But nevertheless, I think when you're thinking about the sort of alternatives to degrees, well, that's going to be in these types of short-term occupational credentials. So I think that's one area that's going to become more important, and I think will be more discussed. We'll have more discussion about that. We just had those of you who read Inside Higher Ed, you read about the Indiana free certificates movement. So I think that's an indication of that. Now, I guess the Obama administration's goal, degree goal, is perhaps moot at this point, but nevertheless, the Gates Foundation, the Lumina Foundation, both have ambitious degree goals. Many states have those as well, and there's certainly no way that we're going to get to those goals if to the extent that they're realistic at all, it's going to require short-term credentials to be included in that. So I think we've also, since the beginning of CAPSEE, we've had the kind of discussion of disruption of higher education, in which people were going to put together their higher education from different short-term types of learning that they were perhaps going to get on the internet or something else like that. So that would once again be a question of looking at short-term credentials. Now, perhaps that discussion has faded a bit since 2 or 3 years ago, but nevertheless, I think that's still there. Really, our interest emerged in 2010 because of the question of completion. So the question was really posed, well, if we've got if we can have a certificate that gets some kind of return and somebody gets to work with that, isn't that better than putting them into an associate degree or a bachelor's degree program where they often get stuck in remediation and never actually end up with something? So that was sort of the question. Well, there's low completion, people spend time and they spend money, they get nothing, but with a certificate, they actually get something that they can go and get a job with, and we've seen that. Now, I just want to say, I think that one of the things we heard a lot about was the Tennessee technical colleges that had 80% completion rates compared to the community colleges in the state, which had typically low completion rates. So just one sort of aside with that is I think that kind of comparison isn't really fair, because students who go into a technical college or go into a specific technical field have made a decision, for better or for worse, about going into a particular area. So if you look at many community college students who arrive at community college without any direction and not knowing what they want to do, I think that's not really the appropriate comparison to make. But nevertheless, we do see that there are, I think it's fair to say, especially because technical programs or certificates are shorter, that it's that there are higher completion rates. So somebody going to it has more of a chance of finishing. Now, before I talk too much about this, I think there's two caveats I want to make. First of all, I think it's crucial to make a distinction between an adult, often with a degree, who's coming back to a community college or to some other educational institution to change their skills, to do skill upgrading, to get a certification for something. So I think that's a very, very different question, especially with respect to short-term degrees, as is a young person starting out in college. And remember, the issue we really had was very much important, thinking about the young person. Setting off to getting a college degree, but getting stuck and not finishing it. So that was the alternative we're talking about. Also, I think that a crucial problem with this area is problems of data, right? We have information on certificates. Those are in state databases. People get those credits for that. Those can go towards degrees in certain circumstances, but we often hear other types of instruction. I know Jim, before I got into community colleges, talked about the shadow college, which was the non-credit. And if you look at the numbers, it's possible that actual head counts of people in non-credit are higher than degrees. I think it's still about as much of a shadow college as it was then. Also, the other question is the certifications. That is, awards that you get for taking a certification assessment rather than for sitting in time. So I am going to talk about certificates as we have in this conference, because certificates are the things that we have data on. I don't think that the story that I want to tell would really be that different if we had more data. So what are certificates? Well, you've heard this several times now. And we do know that there are positive returns to certificates. We know that there's a lot of change differences depending on what that is. So I think that's certainly crucial. I think that one thing that perhaps we can say is that, although this is difficult to tell, but the returns to bachelor's degrees have held up better relatively as we've gone through the Great Recession than to associate's degrees, and particularly to certificates. Now, so how many of them are there? And this is an interesting graph, which basically shows that certificates did grow, but they have not grown very much recently, as bachelor's degrees have continued to grow. Now, the interesting thing about this is that we wrote the CAPSEE proposal in 2010, which is the peak of that certificate growth. So if you kind of extrapolate those numbers, it looks like by now we would have more certificates than we would have bachelor's degrees. So to some extent, the issues of certificates perhaps are a little bit less salient than they were when we started this, but nevertheless they continue to be very important, and we continue to hear lots of discussion about that. All right, so what about them? So I get a question is, how do we think about these types of certificates? Should we be encouraging them, and under what circumstances? Now, I think this is a very important slide that you saw this morning from Clive in Clive's presentation. And so you can see that, yes, certificates give an earnings bump, but they don't continue to grow. So I think why is that? Well, I think that the best explanation or hypothesis for that is that they don't do a good job of providing general skills. So that, yes, they give you some skills to get a job at this point, right after you do that, quickly perhaps, but at the same time, as things change, it's not just if we think that there's going to be more change in skill requirements, technology is changing, then they don't provide as good a foundation for future skills, for future adjustments and changes as the economy progresses. So I think that's one question. So it's, when you think about teaching foundation skills, can you do that in a certificate? Well, I guess a certificate that lasts almost 2 years, you probably can do that as well as you can in an associate's degree. But I think that the focused nature of certificates or other types of short-term credentials tend not to do that. And in any case, you don't have the time to actually be able to teach those skills. Another question is, you can see from the growth of degrees and also from the returns to degrees that many students want bachelor's degrees. Tony said that this morning. So I think that's most community college students, when they start community college, if you ask them, they say that they want bachelor's degrees. So are these credits that one earns in a certificate, are those transferable? So I think that's another question, and generally the answer to that is going to be no. So that's another limitation on the future benefits of the certificate. I think there's some very significant equity issues here as well. We're all concerned now about predictive analytics. If you put race into those equations, you conclude that black men especially have very low probability of finishing an associate's degree. Put them into a certificate, they'll get a good job, or they'll get some kind of job quickly. So I think that's a very significant issue. I think that was a concern that we had from the very beginning when we were talking about the benefits of these certificates. Great, they do have a benefit, but if we end up suggesting that all of the low-income students or minority students go into certificates while others go into associate's and bachelor's degrees, that's a significant problem. So what about that? Well, I think the first thing I want to say is that maybe the question wasn't quite right. If we said students have such a low probability of completing an associate's degree, put them into a certificate, well, why don't we do something about the probability of completing the associate's degree or the degree? So I think that's one issue that we need to address, and I think too much focus on this as an alternative really takes our attention away from the question about, well, what is it that's preventing students from completing the degrees that they start? And I think we've probably done much more on that, frankly, than on the certificate. So I think that's a good trend that's positive, and that really at least is going to maybe change the calculus between whether or not we can think somebody can finish a degree versus whether they should be in a certificate. Now, so in many ways, the answer to this dilemma, right, between the limits, the short-term benefits, but the limits of a certificate as opposed to longer-term associate's degrees, is in the concept of stackable credentials, right? So in that case, it looks like you're getting the best of both worlds, right? You can get the initial boost. This morning we had a question about whether or not students coming to community college really wanted to take English or math. I don't know whether that's the only way to teach kind of basic skills or to teach general skills. But nevertheless, if you can, the idea that you can give a certificate, but that's not the limit, that they're going to continue, that students will then accumulate more stackable credentials and go on to complete degrees, that seems to be the answer. Unfortunately, there's very few actual stacking that's going on. So this is a paper that Clive and I did last year, in which we simply tried to go and look at, in two databases, the NLS-Y, NLS-97, and the clearinghouse data, and tried to see where we could find students that had a certificate and some other kind of award. Now, there's a significant difference between what those are and the order of those. So we came up with three different characteristics. Independent stacks were ones where we saw people getting more than one certificate. The supplemental stacks, those were when somebody had a degree and then came back for a certificate. Now, I think if we had more data, we probably would see that number grow tremendously. The progression stacks, this is the idea that you start out with a short-term degree and then you can build on that to get an associate's degree or to get other kind of degree. That's what the progression stacks were. So we actually, as you can see from this, we found very few. So we've been talking about stacking credentials for decades. Since I was young, we were talking about that. And so I think the question is, why is it that this has not become a much bigger thing? I mean, you've probably been in many conferences where this is described. Actually, I think that the data that Jim discussed this morning, where there wasn't an attempt to do this, if you actually look at that, very few of those students ended up with a degree. They got different types of credentials, but the number that actually ended up with a degree was very small. So I think that's a question that we have to ask. If we think that stacking is the answer to the equity and the questions that come up with the issue of certificates, why is it that stacking, at least at this point, doesn't seem to have developed in the way that we would like it to be able to do? Okay, so I think that there's two problems with this, and this perhaps is a way to tie the discussions we've had this morning to the discussion we're going to have tomorrow about the change of the organizational reform and reform of colleges. First of all, if you're thinking about stacking credentials, those credentials are often not sequenced into degrees. So it's not surprising then that students have trouble moving on. Now, when you think about this in the way that you think about transfer. So this is really what this is. You get one kind of degree, and then you're going to move on to another, perhaps program or another institution to accumulate another degree. And how much have we thought and worked on improving transfer? It's much more formally structured into our systems of higher education, but nevertheless, it's extremely difficult. Most students who want bachelor's degrees don't end up. Work that we've done shows that, in fact, despite 80% of students wanting to a bachelor's degree, about 15% actually have bachelor's degrees after 6 years. So think about if you're going to think about stacking credentials the way that we think about transfer, think about the work that we've put into that, the difficulties that we've had with that, and whether or not we've really faced that question. So I think another issue is really that, once again, we're kind of leaving this up to students. So Davis and Shauna Jaggers and I wrote a book, Redesigning America's Community Colleges, where we talked about the problems of programs that were not well defined, that were not well understood. And so this is kind of a symbol of that, the kind of programs that were met. And so if you're going to think about structuring certificates into programs, those programs need to be well designed. If you want, even if you're thinking about embedded credentials, and we hear a lot of that, those of you involved with the TACT grants know that embedded credentials was one aspect. But if you want to put those credentials in, or certificates, into the programs, are the programs designed in a way that they could be understood? So I think that's one issue we need to think about. Secondly, are the students going to do that themselves? Now, if we think that students within a college are confused and get lost in programs in that one college, how much do we really expect students to be able to, on their own, especially the types of students that we're concerned about, on their own, be able to accumulate a series of different credentials over time? So I think those two problems really make this very difficult. And I do think, despite the amount of discussion that we've heard about, especially in the tax grants and other things I think we've heard today about the importance of embedding credentials, I think those problems are really ones that stand in the way of us being able to create a system where we see much more stacking of these types of credentials. Now, this is a diagram that you're going to see tomorrow from Bill Law, if the weather allows him to arrive. And this is really a sequence of courses in a computer networking associate of science degree, where there's essentially a well-designed program. This is really a default set of courses for students in this program. And those blue lines are the certificates or certifications that they can get along the way. So this does several things. First of all, it organizes the program in a coherent way. It creates a default so that students know what they're doing, and as they go along, they will earn certificates or credentials as a matter of course, and sometimes they have to take the certification exams, et cetera. Other times they're getting a certificate. So I think that's, now I don't think this is easy. It's not surprising that this very nice example comes from an IT degree, which has more certifications and certificates. But I think that that really illustrates the potential that we have to put these things together. So I think that really to come to the conclusion with this is that I don't think that short-term certificates and stacking is an alternative to figuring out how to get students to completion. I think it's the same problem. Unless we want to be satisfied with sort of one-off types of certificates, by the way, the large majority of people who have certificates have one certificate and no other certificate or degree. So that's fine, and once again, I want to emphasize I'm not necessarily talking about the adult who's coming back for retraining. I'm talking about this as a way to get students 2 more degrees or give them the opportunity to get those more degrees kind of at the beginning rather than as adults coming back for retraining. So I think that it's better rather than to think about building up a degree from a set of shorter-term certificates. It makes much more sense to think about the full structure and identify within that structure those areas that we can measure and we can assess and then we can provide credentials for. Now, so that really means that students, if they do need to leave, then they'll have some kind of credential for that. So I think that's an important question, and you'll perhaps not be surprised that I think that if we thought that the cafeteria college was a college in which students got lost, while there were many things there, it was up to them to try to find those services and resources, and yet they weren't able to do that. That the alternative to that, a guided pathways model in which that does create good structures, good, well-organized programs, and that within that, when we do that, it's going to be easier to figure out how to create certificates or shorter-term credentials that fit within that. So I think if we, and we will get a chance tomorrow afternoon to discuss that at greater length with some of the leaders of the country who are doing that. So I think maybe if we can figure out also how we're going to keep students, how we're going to get them more effectively and efficiently to completion. Those are the same issues that we need to address if we want to make a system of short-term credentials that are stackable and that are usable. And I think perhaps then we can have that system that provides skills and a set of foundation abilities and skills that will provide a better opportunity for future growth of earnings, future growth of skills, and better adaptation, but at the same time, give students intermediate credentials that they can use if they need to leave, if perhaps they're not, they're focused more on working on getting a job quickly or not that interested in continuing, but nevertheless, providing them that foundation. So once again, I think that the crucial question is that we bring these things together. They aren't alternatives. In fact, they're the same problem. And if we can work on those together, I think we'll make progress on both of them. So thank you. We do have a little bit of time for questions. If anybody would like to ask a question. We'll have our next session starting in a little bit, but I think we have a little bit of time for questions. So, I have some questions of my own that I would like to ask myself. Has anybody here been involved with a TAC grant with embedded credentials? What has been your experience? Yeah. I asked Jim to do that, but.
I have not been that deeply involved, but I think my short answer is it's very difficult
Could I ask a question over here?
Sure.
Knowing that some of the implications of unit accumulation and that being a big population of our students versus the ones who achieve the milestones, the certificates or degrees, how does that implicate the fact that folks are really coming in and out from the workforce, maybe in a much more fluid fashion that really isn't mapped out for them necessarily? So how do we sort of involve the employers for work-based learning or experiential so that they do come in and out, accumulating those units, since that seems to be a higher propensity for quarterly earnings throughout the long run?
Well, I mean, once again, I think we need to make a distinction between older workers coming back for a particular certification, and in many cases, I think those are valuable, and I'm not. I mean, I think we need to know more about that. We would certainly like to get better data on some of these certifications and other types of things. I mean, I guess the question really is, can we design programs that serve both of those purposes? Can we create, programs that lead to certificates that are also part of a longer degree? So I don't think we should try to. I think as much as possible we should try to integrate the objectives of trying to serve older workers who need retraining with younger workers who want to be on a path to college. So I think we can make more progress with that. I think we make more progress with that by thinking more about the design of the programs. But I think that's something that definitely needs to be worked out more. Yeah. Yes.
Hi, Lexi Shankster from the state of Washington, and I was curious, we're very interested in the certificates that are happening outside of the community colleges, such as your SAS or SQL certificates, just for example. And I was curious if you see any kind of partnership, cooperation, how workforce and community colleges might be able to start tracking that, or even just in terms of comparing the value of those types of certificates compared to those that you earn in the community college system formally.
Well, I guess an interesting, actually something that Jim and Norton Grubb did for a book we wrote 15 years ago, I guess, was looking at the IT certifications. And it turned out that most of those really already had degrees. I do think, for many years now, there's been a discussion about how can we gather data on something other than certificates, and I think every 6 months or so, I get a phone call of somebody trying to do that. I know that there are efforts to try to incorporate some of that information into the clearinghouse database, which will be wonderful to be able to do that. I think there are other folks here who have actually devoted much more attention to those questions but I think that's crucial. That's if we had another 5-year center and we wanted to look at other types of short-term credentials, that's certainly something that we would want to do. So, but I think now, and something else that Jim did a few years ago was trying to do a serious study on non-credit at LaGuardia Community College and Macomb Community Colleges, and really had to sort of go into the files and collect that individually. We made an effort to try to do more work on non-credit in CAPSEE, and that was very difficult to do. So I think that's the big question. I think we'd all love to be able to get to do that and really answer these questions more systematically. Yes.
Hi, thanks for that talk and for the book. They're great. David Scobie from the Graduate Network. This is a question that comes out of my experience of my career in 4-year colleges, especially liberal education spaces. And there, I think what we learned from those institutions is that cohort community experiences and experiences of continuity and trajectory build better completion, especially for underserved students. That's not instead of an emphasis on intermediate credentials and stacking, but it seems to me without thinking about the use of e-portfolios across institutions to build continuity or building cohort experiences across different institutions for students, the stacking won't really be effective.
Well, I mean, I think that I think that gets back to the question about how it is that we improve the outcomes for students with or without stacking. And I think that's probably true. I mean, one thing that we have that sort of underlies a lot of this are the general skills questions. How those are taught, whether we can assess them. I do think we talk about those all the time, and I don't think there's a lot of disagreement that, and I think that, as I said, the sort of hypothesis for why you can get continued growth with an associate's or with a degree and it stalls out with certificates has to do with that. So I do think we could do a lot more work on being more efficient about how to teach those skills. I know we're college professors, so we just think taking our classes will teach them, and maybe they do sometimes. Liz.
Hi, Tom. I'm Liz Willen. I'm the editor of the Heckinger Report, and we've done a lot of work on these short-term credentials that you're talking about, and one thing we have found is it's a real cash cow for colleges and universities, and they're really benefiting from this, and yet you raised some important questions. I'm wondering how you sort of see those two tensions aligning.
And actually, one thing I didn't mention is that I think we'll find out tomorrow that one reason why certificates growth tailed off is because many of them were in the for-profits, and as the for-profits kind of declined, and the for-profits got out of that business to some extent. So Tony seemed to imply this morning that we're going to see a rebirth of that growth. So, I think that the. I'm sorry, what was the question you asked? I wanted to make sure I got that for-profit.
No, that's what I was wondering if, I missed Tony's talk this morning, but we definitely were noticing that trend, and is it going to be just sort of unregulated growth without any concern for what these actually will solve long-term?
I'm not sure what the incentives are for institutions. I mean, I think much of I don't know whether the work that you're doing was on for-profits or non-credit certificates. I think most of those, most of these are these certificates are in community colleges, and though they're charging the same tuition as they are. So I guess to the extent to which they're cash cows depends on whether or not, what the cost of them are. I think that the kind of non-credit, in some cases for-profit institutions that are doing that, we don't have a good measure of that because they're not in those databases. So
Really don't know.
yeah. All right, I think that's, I will use my speaker moderator role to end it. So thank you very much, and we have 10 minutes until our next session begins. So.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started this afternoon session. The final exam is tomorrow. That normally keeps people quiet. The final exam's tomorrow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started with our afternoon session. We have a great panel, so I am not going to get in the way. The title of our session is Does Society Invest Wisely in College? So issues of financial aid, public funding for college. Our speakers are Sandy Baum from the Urban Institute, Laura Perna from the University of Pennsylvania, and Judy Scott Clayton from Teachers College, CCRC, CAPSEE. Let's just get started. Thanks, Sandy.
Thank you. So we've been talking some about the payoff to students and to society from more higher education, but a big question is whether society invests appropriately in trying to achieve these goals. And I think everyone knows that over time we've been running into some problems with that. And I think that it's particularly important to ask this question. Laura's going to be talking some about the efforts to have free college. And I feel like we're talking a lot about the price without focusing enough on what resources we're willing to put into higher education to make sure that we can really support students to be successful. So I'm just going to go over some of the background about how we actually are funding higher education. There are strong equity and efficiency arguments for public investments in higher education. Equity, because we know that there's a high personal payoff to higher education, and it's not fair by most people's definitions of fair that your access to those opportunities should be so tied to your financial circumstances. But there are also, of course, efficiency arguments, because as a society, we're simply wasting our resources if we don't provide what people need in terms of being able to take advantage of opportunities. And the reality is that so federal and state and local governments are all engaged in this process, but the funding, particularly at the state level, has not kept up with rising enrollments. And there are a number of questions about how should the funding be structured, how should it be targeted in the ways that it will do the most. Should we be focusing on funds for institutions? Should we be focusing on funds that go directly to students in the form of student aid? And particularly when you're talking about funding institutions, how are those funds allocated across different types of institutions, given that those institutions both produce very different things, offer very different services, and educate very different types of students. In particular, I think one of the discussions that anybody involved in a community college is aware of is the difference in the public subsidies for 4-year and 2-year public colleges. This is a graph from the College Board's Trends in College Pricing Report that looks at the average subsidies per student subsidies in public 4-year on the left and public 2-year on the right colleges across the nation. And on top of that, so the subsidy is orange and the net tuition revenue is blue. And so what you see is that the subsidies per student are much higher in public 4-year colleges, and because the tuition revenues are also higher, there are just much higher resource levels to work with at public 4-year colleges than at public 2-year colleges. How we decide how much these different institutions need and how we're going to allocate that, this needs to be closer to the top of the agenda for state governments. If you look at the breakdown of revenues for public 2-year and public 4-year colleges, you can see that state and local appropriations have been a declining percentage of total revenues in both of those sectors. And for community colleges, it's particularly important to note that actually local revenues have been stronger, have not declined in the same way that state revenues have. So when you look at those total subsidies, the decline in state appropriations is actually somewhat masked by the role of local appropriations. These changes in appropriations are very significant in terms of tuition prices, and of course those tuition prices have a major impact on students. This is not a graph about causation, but it is quite notable to look at the correlation between state and local funding per student and tuition prices in the public sector. So the blue line here is funding per full-time equivalent student. The orange line is tuition and fees. And what you see is that in years when funding per student declines or grows very slowly, you have much bigger tuition increases than when the state appropriations are healthier. And I've been making this graph for the trends report for many years, and it's just been fascinating to watch that, you know, we keep adding those cycles where they move in opposite directions. So it's pretty clear that this makes a very, very big difference. And those appropriations per student, though, it's a little bit complicated. It's not just about the state not putting money into higher education. It is the interaction of what is happening to enrollments and what is happening to appropriations. So a significant portion of the change, of the decline in appropriations per student, is attributable to increasing enrollments. So this graph starts, this is from the Urban Institute College Affordability website that Catherine Rampell was gracious enough to reference this morning. And it starts in 1999-2000 at 0. And then it shows what the change has been in the blue line in public sector FTE enrollment, in the red line in higher education appropriations, and therefore in the green line in state and local public higher education appropriations per student. And so what you see is that it's true, for example, during the recession, that appropriations really did decline, but at the same time, enrollments were rising. And when you have that combination of forces, that's when you get the really serious declines. And if we didn't have these enrollment increases, then we would not have nearly the same problem in terms of declining revenues per student. What I mentioned about state and local support, I think we don't see this very often, but here the blue line is state support and the red line is local support, again starting at 0. So what you see is that local support, although not growing steadily, has certainly increased much more dramatically. Local support is smaller, so percentages are not dollars, but still, in terms of maintaining that support, local governments have done better. Now, one of the things that we always talk about averages, and the reality is that averages hide lots of differences. Some of these differences are differences across states, but many of them are also differences within states in terms of how individual institutions are funded. And I think, you know, those averages that I showed you about the average state appropriations per student being so much higher in the public 4-year than the public 2-year sector. This graph, I think, is really interesting because it divides the institutions or the students at institutions into deciles within sector. So at public research universities, public master's, and public associate institutions across the nation, actually, the median student in each of those sectors is getting about the same subsidy per student, but when you look at public research universities, you see that there are a few public research universities that get much larger subsidies per student. This is a very different story, I think, than just looking at the averages, and we just really need to have more information about this because these are public research universities that are doing a lot of things other than educating undergraduate students. It doesn't mean that their undergraduate students are getting those huge subsidies. So I don't have a detailed explanation about what's going on here, but I just put this together and thought, oh my goodness, that is really a different story that we do have to investigate instead of just complaining about average subsidies per student in the different sectors. Part of the variation is definitely variation by state, and I think that's really critical because we tend to have a national conversation. I'm sure you all have, you know, conversations within your states, but putting those into context is really important. So this graph shows you state and local funding for higher education per student and per $1,000 in personal income by state. The bars are per student. And you can see that if you live in New Hampshire, they don't put very much money into public higher education, but if you're in Wyoming or Alaska, there is much more funding per student. And it's not, part of this is about some states have more money, and therefore they can afford to put more money into higher education, but those little diamonds are funding per $1,000 in personal income. And so you can see that they are also sort of all over the map. And what it means is that the effort that some states are making is much stronger than the effort that other states are making. So that's about appropriations, and we know that by and large what states are doing is funding institutions, but there are also state grant programs where the money is going to individual students. And in fact, as a percentage of total state support for higher education, grant aid has been increasing over time. So it was 7% of the total in 1993-94, 10% a decade later, and 13% a decade later than that. And that may be good news because it's possible to target financial aid at the students who need it most, and it may not be such good news because not an increasing portion now, but certainly over this period of time, an increasing portion of that state grant aid has been allocated not on the basis of financial circumstances, but on the basis of high school academic achievement. The state grant programs are also all over the map, just as the appropriations per student are. And this graph shows you, it's based on, it's a graph from Trends in Student Aid, also the College Board, but it is based on data from NASCAP on state grant aid. And it shows you that in 2014-15, in the nation as a whole, state grant aid amounted to $750 per undergraduate student, but in South Carolina it was about $2,000, and then New Hampshire again gets the award for being at the bottom of the pile because they don't have a state grant program anymore. Very notable is that the two highest states there, Georgia and South Carolina, are not need-based states. So the states, a number of the states with the most generous grant programs are states that are giving out a lot of grant aid, but they're not giving it to the students who need it most, or they are at least giving a significant portion of it to students who do not need it most. And so that, again, is something else that varies tremendously by state. Lots of states do base all of their state grants on need, on financial circumstances, and this shows you the distribution of states by the percentage of their state grants that are allocated based at least partially on the financial circumstances of the recipients. So you see Georgia at the bottom there, but I think people maybe don't realize how many states really are focusing entirely on need-based aid. And that means that they can use their funds if they don't have, I mean, when you think about how expensive it is to give an extra $1,000 per student to the institution so that every student in a public college can get that money, a state grant program, one, can distribute the funds not only to students enrolled in public institutions, but also in private institutions, but it can say we're going to use the money to fund the students who need it most. So that is a really, really significant factor. But it's also true that there are state grant programs and then there are institutional grant programs at public institutions. In a sense, it's the same money, right? Like these, you know, when people complain about using tuition dollars for grants and they say, now, you know, I'm paying, my tuition is paying for you to go to college, that's not fair, it's a tuition subsidy. It's not really that because it's still money that comes from the state and it's just being allocated through the institution. And you can see that, in fact, institutional grant aid, even at public institutions, is a very, very significant portion of the grant aid that students receive. So grant aid is really important to students, and state grant aid is a small piece of that. Federal grant aid is much more important, and during the Great Recession, the federal government actually doubled its expenditures on Pell Grants for low-income students. So federal aid, and particularly if you add the federal tax credits, the American Opportunity Tax Credit in, federal aid is an increasing percentage of the funding that goes to students, because federal student aid is the green line here, and you see that big run up in 2009 and 2010. Well, that's not what was happening, as we saw before, to state appropriations. So again, the federal role is taking more and more of the responsibility for financing college education. That's really significant because the federal government has similar goals but different priorities from many state governments. And of course, it raises questions about whether the federal government is going to just actually keep handing students money or whether it's going to be increasingly involved in accountability. I guess we don't really know what's going to be happening in the next few years, as I think Tom mentioned that also. But the role of financial aid is particularly important. I think we should not be focused only on the appropriations that are going to institutions, because targeted grant aid can make a very, very big difference. Targeted grant aid you can tell students that the grant aid is going to be available for them, and if we had better early commitment of financial aid, then we might be able to help students, young students, prepare more so they will be more ready for college than they are when they grow up thinking that they won't be able to afford it. To the extent that we are using grant aid and giving it to at-risk students, there should be a way, and Judy and I have written about this, of incorporating with that funding better guidance for students so that they make better choices about where and what to study. And that has to happen before they get to school, because once they are enrolled, like, you enroll at, say, a for-profit institution that is very interested in keeping you there, they're not likely to recommend that you switch to a community college. So it really has to happen through the financial aid system, not just on the campus level. Financial aid can also affect enrollment intensity depending on how it's structured, and if we did a better job of structuring it, we should be able to do a better job of having it have a larger impact on persistence and completion and time to degree. It's tough to do that with just general appropriations, but financial aid, although it needs to be reasonably simple, can have an impact on completion. And I just, want to emphasize how important this is. We're really talking about access here and about funding, but we need to be talking about completion. And the completion rates are shocking, particularly for part-time students. This shows you completion rates for full-time students are actually much higher than the rates we usually cite because completion rates are so low for part-time students. So we need to think not just about the dollars of funding, but how those dollars are allocated. Thank you.
Great. Hello, everyone. It's nice to be here today. Thanks for the opportunity to talk with you. So my presentation really builds on Sandy's in some really nice ways, I think. So it's clear from all the data that she presented that we make lots of choices with how we allocate resources, right? So the federal government makes choices, state governments, institutions. We make decisions about how to allocate money to different sectors of higher education. We make decisions about allocating financial aid based on merit or financial need. My presentation is really focusing on an emerging approach, and really that involves a whole lot of decisions also. We could retitle the main question and focus on my presentation is to have us think about, are college promise programs a wise societal investment? And really to understand the answer to that question, we have to first think about, well, what are college promise programs? What do we want them to do, and are they structured to achieve those things that we think are important? So we're all here today because we agree that higher education matters. It matters to individuals. It matters to our society. We also know that there's tremendous variation across groups in higher education outcomes, which means unequal opportunity to realize those many benefits. College promise programs are an emerging strategy that is being developed across the country. This map is a little bit out of date. Go to our website if you'd like to see one of a more current map. But programs are being developed by colleges and universities, by foundations, private corporations, and state and local governments. And there are different entities out there right now that you should be aware of that are also collecting information. So Mary Ronner from West Ed is collecting information, especially about programs in California. Just as a point of reference, as of August 2016, there were 33 programs in California alone that had that promise word in them, and 13 of those 33 were established only in the first 8 months of 2016. Education Commission of the States, and Emily Parker is here. She's collecting data on state-level promise programs. So there are things happening at multiple levels of government, and there are multiple people that are paying attention to these programs. Our work has really been focused, we've been looking at this now for more than a year and still stuck on this first question, what is a promise program? So our working conceptual definition is really to think about, well, how might we conceptualize this? Involves, these are programs that are designed to incentivize college attainment by rewarding students who satisfy specified criteria. And so there are multiple decisions that we have within that definition. What is being promised, or what's the reward that's going to have a student might get? What's required to get that promised reward, and then who's eligible to get the reward? There are some programs, some promise programs, and so I'm referring, when I say promise programs, there are many programs out there that you're using the word promise that we're including attention to, and other programs that look like those programs that aren't called promise programs. So that's adding to some of the confusion, I think. But you could think there are some programs that guarantee transfer of credit, they guarantee college admission. We're really focusing on those programs that have some sort of financial promise to them. So the basic theory of change that we're adopting for our examination is essentially a human capital framework where students first are thinking about, so assuming students decide to go and persist in college based on an assessment of the benefits and the costs, by providing extra financial resources that hopefully incentivizes college enrollment. Going to college, as we've been talking about all day, results in many benefits in the labor market, including higher earnings. One question that we're trying to think about is, well, what makes a promise program different than any other financial aid program, right? Because this is the basic model of any financial aid program. I'm an optimistic person, so I'm thinking that promise programs may have the potential to be something more than that, right? Because we know that money matters, but it's not all that matters to college going and college completion. So one of the perspectives that we have for college promise programs is that they have a place-based component to them. So one of the well-known place-based scholarship programs is the Kalamazoo Promise Program. So that's in a particular school district serving a very particular type of community. There are also programs that recognize place that require residency in other units besides, so require residency in particular units like a state, a county, a city. Some programs require attendance at particular schools or school districts. So a place-based program ostensibly recognizes that college-going resources and opportunities really vary based on where you live. So a lot of the research pays attention to demographic characteristics as being one way in which college outcomes vary, but this is really a lens that emphasizes place. We know that college outcomes vary based on data, so these data Patrick Kelly actually was helpful in getting these data. The 5 states that are highlighted here are ones that Joni Finney, a colleague of mine at Penn GSC, looked at. But you can see the variation across states in the share of the population that has attained at least an associate's degree. We also know that there's great variation even within states. So here's a map that shows the percentage of adults who have at least an associate's degree by county. And so there's quite a lot of variation that's going on. And so place-based programs have the potential to take that into consideration. So our project has really been trying to draw on resources that these other entities, the Upjohn Institute, Civic Nation, and other organizations have been devoting to try to understand what these programs are. We're doing a wide search to really try to understand the landscape of these programs, identify their characteristics, try to think about what are the important characteristics to pay attention to, and then our goal has been to produce a database first, to try to understand what the population of programs is, then to identify meaningful categories within those programs, and then get to our other goals around trying to provide research-based recommendations for how these programs actually should be structured. I have a great team. I just want to give a shout out to them. Elaine Lee in particular is a doctoral student at Penn who's been really, really helpful. We've received support from Martha Cantor with Civic Nation. She's been an important driver for this work and is very interested in trying to understand what are the research-based practices that we should be recommending with these programs. So we have a searchable database up on our website now. This is a resource that we've put out there to try to help the community come together. One of the challenges from a research perspective is that there is just so much variation in how information about these programs is being presented, and so it's really hard to know what programs are actually similar to or different from each other. So we have some fields that you can search on that indicates variation in awards, funding sources, things like that. It's been very interesting as some people have emailed us and said, our program's in your database, but we don't think it's a Promise program. And other people have emailed and said, we're not in your database, but we want to be in there. So we're trying to think about those decision-making rules. Welcome any input or feedback. Just to give you a sense, don't pay too much attention to the percentages because, again, we don't really know the population, right? It's evolving. But this gives you a sense of how much variation just in the unit of analysis we have. So as I said, we're trying to move towards some meaningful categories of types of programs and paying attention to those 3 questions I raised at the beginning. So what is being promised? So one area of variation is the extent to which the nature of the financial award varies. So there are programs that award first dollar versus last dollar. There is a lot of variation in the magnitude of the award. So some are focusing on last dollar up to tuition and fees. Some are some other type of cost. There's variation in what's required to receive the award. So one type of variation is how long you have to actually be in a place in order to get an award. And you can see how that would matter, right, in terms of the extent to which the place can actually come together to help a student be ready for college. And then there's variation in who's eligible, so the extent to which it's generally available to anyone who lives in a particular place, or do we have criteria based on financial need or other characteristics. So it seems clear that we need a different approach. We've been talking a lot about how we need to improve completion at a variety of different, in terms of certificates and different degree levels. Whether this is actually going to be an approach that makes meaningful progress in terms of closing gaps in college enrollment is going to depend on how the programs are actually structured. There's an emerging body of research, by some people in the room. Judy Scott Clayton has done some work on college promise programs, but more research is needed to understand the ideal designs of the programs and the ways in which different programs are serving different sectors of higher education in different communities, in different regions and states. And there's been some mention today, too, of attention to the non-traditional student. So many of these programs are focused on and assuming that traditional movement from high school right into college, and we're really missing an important sector of the population. So these are just some of the questions that we're trying to put out there and encourage people to focus on. One of our big concerns is really from our perspective is that it's really important to think about the extent to which these programs are going to provide benefits to people who wouldn't already receive some sort of assistance to go to college, or who would go to college even without the program. So lots of different graphs that we could show that would show the magnitude of differences in college opportunity based on demographic characteristics. Here's just one. So just 15% of students from the lowest socioeconomic status quartile, so these are folks who are 10th graders in 2002, just 15% from the lowest quartile achieve a bachelor's degree within 8 years of their scheduled high school graduation, compared with 60% of students from the highest quartile. We have big inequity in our system. A second type of question is the extent to which these programs are structured to recognize that money matters, but other things matter too. We know academic readiness matters. We know that information about college and about financial aid matters. Also paying attention to the characteristics, and this was mentioned earlier, Tom mentioned this in his talk, the extent to which we have there are the resources available in the institutions that students are attending to help ensure that students can not only get there, but also move their way through whatever program they're in and perhaps into another program as well. Another important question about these programs has to do with their sustainability. They're financed in a whole lot of ways, and this is another area I think that requires additional attention. The College Promise Campaign and ETS has spent some time trying to advance knowledge of potential financial models, but especially as we think about the trends around declines in state funding for higher education, we're seeing some, with these programs, perhaps some emergence of other sources of funding for programs. And so thinking about how that works, what's sustainable, perhaps some unintended consequences of those approaches is important. And then finally, so we have lots and lots of questions about these programs in terms of intended and unintended consequences for all kinds of different stakeholders. We're sponsoring a conference. We had a call for proposal that went out earlier this year. But if you're interested in learning more about College Promise programs, go to our website and you can register, and we'll keep you posted for that. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you everyone for being here. My name is Judy Scott Clayton. I am one of the CAPSEE research team members. And before I go into this talk, I just want to note that CAPSEE has done a bunch of studies relating to financial aid, several of which will be highlighted in the next breakout session. So we have papers looking at the effect of Pell Grants, the effect of student loan access, the effect of federal work study, the effect of satisfactory academic progress, policies. So definitely I hope you guys will take advantage of those breakouts and even afterwards dig in and see some of the stuff that we've done. There's too much to cram all into one presentation. But what I'm going to try to do here is kind of take a step back from any one particular research study and think about really big picture what I think are some of the central challenges facing the US model of financial aid. Before we talk about the challenges, it's also important to recognize some of the core strengths of the US model of financial aid, which is arguably the largest, the most diverse, and the most flexible system of higher education globally, with over 4,500 individual post-secondary institutions covering the full range of public, private, nonprofit options, online options, brick and mortar options, hybrid options, a range of different levels of credentials across a very wide range of programs of study, vocational programs, applied associate's degrees to more traditional bachelor's degrees, and among the highest rates of college entry in the world. Completion is a little bit more mediocre, as many of you are aware, but at least as far as getting students toe into higher education, the US still remains among the world's leaders in that statistic. And it's important to recognize that the US model of financial aid, which is essentially a model in which we have high prices, but also a lot of aid out there to help support students to cover those prices. That high price, high aid model is one alternative. A lot of other countries pursue a very low or even zero tuition model. And it's important to recognize that one of the advantages of a high aid model in which tuition can certainly at least be above nothing is that it brings in significant private resources from those families and students that are able to pay, and then enables any given level of public investment to go further by targeting it more precisely to the students who really need it in order to be able to attend. So I have a quotation, it's probably a little too small for you to read, but this is from a British economist, Nick Barr, who in the late 90s made a progressive argument for the introduction of tuition fees for the first time in the UK system, making the argument that it would allow the UK system to expand access. And so he wrote, countries typically pursue 3 efficiency goals in higher education: larger quantity, higher quality, and constant or falling public spending. Systems that rely only on public resources can generally achieve any two, but only at the expense of the third. So a system can be large and tax-financed, but with worries about quality. And he gives the example France, Germany, Greece, Italy. Or high quality and tax-financed, but small, as in the UK until 1990. Or large and high quality, but very expensive, as in Scandinavia. Okay, so we're going to spend the rest of the presentation talking about challenges, but before we get there, it is important to acknowledge that having private resources be a part of higher education finance is a large part of what facilitates and enables the expansion of higher ed to both a wide variety of students and a wide variety of institutions and program types. So in the US now, nearly 2/3 of students are receiving some type of grant aid, so financial aid is not a small piece, it's a huge piece for a huge swath of post-secondary entrants. And the single biggest grant program is the Pell Grant program, which is delivered as a, different people might react to this word differently, but basically as a voucher, which gives students the flexibility to use it wherever they want to use it. It's not restricted to one specific sector. Okay, so that's those are some of the advantages that the US model brings to the table. But then, of course, we know that there are problems. All is not rosy in this system. So if things are all so great, why do we have such persistent and even rising inequality by income in college enrollment and attainment rates? So this graph is showing the relationship between college entry and family income by quartile, and the dotted line is for cohorts that were coming of age around the early 80s, and the dark line are those coming of age around the turn of the century. And you can see that there's a very strong relationship between income and college access, and if anything, although rates are rising across the board, if anything, it looks like the inequality is getting worse. So that's a concern. And if you look at college completion rates among those who enter, we see a similar pattern with very high income gaps in the likelihood that somebody who enters college will earn a bachelor's degree. And if anything, looks like it's maybe getting worse over time. Certainly doesn't look like it's getting dramatically better. We're well aware of concerns about rising student debt. This is 5-year default rates by institution sector over time. So we can see those rates in the past few years have been rising fairly sharply. And even if that graph doesn't freak you out, this one is looking at racial inequality in student loan debt. So this graph is looking at the percent. And, usually we think, okay, the bachelor's degree grads, we don't have to worry about them, they're all fine. If you look at this by race, this is a percent of bachelor's degree graduates who owe more than they borrowed 4 years after earning a bachelor's degree, and that percentage is almost 50% for Black bachelor's degree graduates. And there are major racial gaps in default rates as well. Okay, so all of this contributes to something we heard a little bit about this morning, a kind of waning public trust and support regarding higher education. So this is from a public agenda poll where they're finding that the percentage of adults who say a college degree is necessary is falling over time and now is down to 42%, thinking that a college degree is necessary. And 34% say that colleges today mainly care about education and making sure students have a good educational experience, 34%. 59% say colleges today are more like businesses and care mainly about the bottom line. So that's kind of depressing. So has the US model this kind of, okay, we've got private resources, we're going to have high tuition, let there be high tuition, but then we're going to try to solve that by giving students a lot of aid. Has it gone too far? Has it been kind of pushed to the breaking point? So the challenges of delivering higher ed finance in this way with the high aid model are complexity and confusion about what's available, consumer information and protection. Do students have the information that they need to use that to vote with their feet and in a way that's productive? And how does this system serve or provide incentives not just for access, but also for success? And kind of the question as we're going through this is, do we need to throw out this model? Is it just so broken that we have to start over? Or what can we do to fix it while still preserving the advantages that it brings with it? Okay, so in turn, we'll talk about each of these. Okay, so starting with kind of the lower hanging fruit probably is the aid application process, which many of you know starts for most students by filling out a FAFSA form, which if you haven't seen it recently, I put it up here, so I hope everybody can read it. It's a little small. Now, so the problem with this is that basically we have all this aid, but a lot of students don't know about it. It's kind of hidden under this web of bureaucracy and application procedures. The eligibility formula is 36 pages long, so you think this is bad. Try being a financial aid administrator who has to actually take, try to explain to students what happens with this information. That is even longer than this thing. And so students who most need the aid may not ever get to the point of realizing what they could get to attend. Progress has been made in terms of FAFSA filing rates over time, but we still know that there are people who enroll in college who probably would qualify for some aid that do not fill out a FAFSA. So this is filing rates by institution type in 2004, 2008, and 2012. And I think one thing, a lot of community college folks in the room here, one thing that continues to stand out is that community colleges actually have the lowest FAFSA filing rates of all these sectors, even though we know that many of the students are low income and likely would qualify for some type of financial support. It's also worth noting how much those rates have increased within community colleges over time. Some of that may be due to efforts at the federal level, but I think a lot of that is just simply due to the awareness that the FAFSA is a barrier, and it's been boots on the ground at community colleges and aid advocacy organizations around the country and state policymakers mobilizing to help students get over that hurdle. But there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. So if we think about the reforms that have been made with the FAFSA over the past few years, some questions have been taken off, the skip logic has been improved in the online process. We had the data retrieval tool at least for a little while. Hopefully that will come back, although that certainly has been creating a lot of anxiety this cycle. And the switch to using 2 years prior income information instead of last year. Those are all really helpful reforms, but if you think about the big picture, has it changed? Can a 9th grader or can somebody who's now working at a job and thinking, should I go back to school or not? Have they heard of the Pell Grant program? Do they know what they would likely get if they filled out a FAFSA? Have they heard of the FAFSA? It's not clear that these kind of incremental changes have changed the big picture of getting students information about what they would get well in advance of the time that they're actually making the decision. Okay, and research that I and others have done has showed that you really don't need all the information on the FAFSA to figure out how much somebody would qualify for, so it's just not necessary, and I do think this is one of the low-hanging fruits of reforming the US system is getting rid of the FAFSA and allowing students to just base their eligibility off information they've already provided via the tax system. And there's a bunch of proposals out there. There are differences, little differences between them, but overall, I think this is an area where there's a fair amount of consensus that we could do better than we're doing now. Okay. Second kind of central challenge in a system where we're expecting, we're providing this voucher and expecting students to vote with their feet. Do they have the information that they need to make a good decision, and are they protected from kind of bad actors that might try to take advantage of them? So complexity and confusion and information is not just an issue with financial aid. It's an issue for college choices more broadly. And a lot of the work that's been done around like the college scorecard and a lot of these state salary surfers and databases that are allowing students to look at graduation rates, employment rates, and earnings for different programs, different institutions. all of that is a step in the right direction, but it's not clear that just putting that information out there alone is going to be enough. So, and there's evidence that suggests that information alone might not be enough. Students really do benefit from having some more proactive, individualized guidance through the process. And as Sandy noted, that guidance really needs to be third party. We can't rely on individual institutions to be providing kind of unbiased advice about where students should go or what they should do. There's also a question of if there are some institutions or some programs that we think nobody should go to, then maybe students shouldn't be able to use their aid at those institutions. So there has to be some protection against, some regulations to protect students from kind of predatory programs. And then finally, even if students do get the best information, make a good choice, college, like any other investment, is a risky investment. You may graduate into a recession. Something may happen that throws you off track and you don't finish. There's always going to be some risk, even if you kind of are doing things right along the way, that when you get out, you may have some loans and you're not equipped to pay for them or not equipped to pay for them right away. Maybe you need a little more time than you thought you would need. So students need some protection against that, and I think reforming the student loan repayment system, this is also a doable challenge. This is a fixable challenge, and there are proposals on the table, for example, from Student-Arski on how the income-based repayment model could be reformed to help more students and be more protective against kind of bad income realizations. Okay, the third major challenge of our system is that financial aid, it's a lot easier to use financial aid to promote access, just to lower the price of college. It's a little more complicated to think about how can we use aid to promote not just access, but completion. That requires kind of getting under the hood of financial aid program design, getting into the nitty-gritty details, and thinking about, okay, what are the embedded incentives here that are likely to, actually help students complete or not. So most aid, it's much easier to orient aid around the idea of let's, get students in the door rather than completion. And there's typically some argument about like, should aid involve incentives or should it not involve incentives? And I would argue that you can't avoid incentives. It's not an argument about should we have them or should we not have them. They're there. It's just, are we going to make them explicit and think about how to align them with our goals, or are we just going to like not think about it and just kind of pretend like $1 of aid is $1 of aid and it doesn't matter what all the fine print is. So an example of implicit structural incentives would be the limitation that you can use Pell to cover 24 credits a year. We might not really think of that as an incentive, but that's an incentive to take longer to finish your program, because if you take 3 years to finish a 60-credit program, you will get more Pell than if you try to do it in 2 years. If you take 6 years to finish a bachelor's degree, you will get more financial aid than you will if you want to finish it in 4, certainly than if you want to finish it in 3. So changing that to think about maybe thinking about Pell funding credits or funding programs and then letting students decide what's the right pace for them is one example of how we could better align incentives with goals. We could also think about student performance incentives. And this is another one where there's a lot of argument, like should we have performance incentives or should we not? Guess what? Even Pell, as many of you know, even Pell, a need-based program, has implicit performance incentives in the form of satisfactory academic progress requirements. What's unfortunate is that a lot of students don't really think of it that way and first learn of it when they're on the brink of losing eligibility. So given that that incentive is embedded in the rules of the program, can we think about, improving what students know about it and improving support to actually make that work as an incentive for students to improve their achievement, as opposed to just using it basically in a punitive way to cut students off when they're not doing well. And then there are also incentives that can be placed on institutions. Originally, the college scorecard was kind of thought that maybe that will be the first step towards having some federal performance accountability model. The states are moving full steam ahead on that. And I think one of the challenges here is it seems kind of obvious or common sense that we should have performance funding models that are oriented around completion rather than enrollment. And yet, we have to worry about unintended consequences, strategic behavior, and all these other ways that kind of we think we're doing one thing, but then when the policy gets out there, it doesn't work the way we thought. So this is not the lowest hanging fruit, I would say, trying to figure out how to make financial aid work to promote completion rather than just access. It's trickier than just getting rid of the FAFSA, probably. But I think it's certainly an area of very active experimentation, an area where there's a lot that can be done to improve relative to the way things are now. Okay, and then finally, it's not just about money and what kind of incentives are here, but also what kind of support students have while they're enrolled. Okay, a final complication, and this links back to Sandy's presentation, that just kind of overlays all of these challenges, are the fact that there is not just one provider of financial aid. There are interactions between the federal and state level policy, as well as institution level policy. And that's a strength, arguably, that's a strength of the US system because there are kind of different pieces that one actor might do better than the other. The federal government is better equipped to buffer the consequences of economic shocks like the Great Recession. It also reflects that students are mobile. So if a state invests, some of that investment is going to cross state lines. On the other hand, state level policies may better reflect the local labor market demands and state-specific demographics. But we have to think about these interactions when we're making policy at any one of these levels. So, for example, if free college programs take off in a lot of localities, does that give the federal government then more leeway to cut back on Pell because they know the states are going to come in and cover the last dollar? Okay, so you can't make policy at one level without taking the responses of the other levels into account. Okay, so to wrap up, does society invest wisely in education? I think there's no question, certainly there's a consensus, I'm sure, in this room that investments in higher education have a very high payoff for society, and now is not the time to scale back. But that's not at all to reduce the urgency that we should bring to the task of reforming and addressing the challenges that are in place in the US model and trying to figure out how we can improve outcomes, reduce risk, reduce economic inequality in outcomes, reduce racial gaps. And I think free college proposals may well be part of that solution. Probably not like throwing out the whole US model and starting from scratch and having a completely free system of higher education. I don't think anybody is thinking in quite that drastic terms, but certainly in some segments of US higher education, there may be a very powerful role for these types of programs. If you think about just the communication value of the free college message, if you, at some point I was looking at, Google hits, if you Googled free college in the months after Obama's State of the Union speech, whatever year that was, it was like millions of hits for free college. If you compared the number of hits to like proposal to increase Pell Grants by 10%, it's like, what is that even? I mean, it was orders of magnitude difference in the communication impact. People know what free college means. A lot of people literally have never heard of Pell, literally have never heard of the FAFSA. So how can we harness that power to utilize the power of that message to kind of address some of the other challenges at the same time? Okay, and it's important to recognize that the challenges of the US system do go beyond just price, and that we don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. So can we fix this model? It's crucial that we fix this model if we want to maintain the sort of high access, the diversity and the flexibility that we've come to take for granted. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Sandy, Laura, Judy. We have plenty of time for questions. Jim.
I'm not sure. It's a question for, I guess, I'd like to hear a response from a couple of the panelists. You know, one of the tendencies that we're seeing more and more in enrollment is the amount of high school students who are coming to community colleges. And in some cases, 20 or 30% of the enrollment is, you know, our high school students. Many of those programs are already paid for by states through, you know, various reimbursement programs. So a middle college will wind up with, you know, kids graduating from high school and getting an associate's degree for free. And I wonder about what the impact of that will be, both on Pell, but also on the issue of, you know, America's College Promise.
But, you know, we have many problems in our educational system, right? One of the problems that we have, though, is the lack of alignment between high school and college. And so perhaps programs like that, you know, dual enrollment, I think has the potential, I think, for us to be thinking more as a system where we think more explicitly about the links between K through 12 and higher education to ensure that what students are learning in high school actually does prepare them for college level work. That has to happen more systematically, and the extent, there are all sorts of questions we could ask about who's actually doing that, and accessibility and things like that. But I think, you know, I think we have to think more about mechanisms that help students navigate their way from one institution successfully into another without the loss of credit. There are other people in the room who know a whole lot more about these types of initiatives. So,
I mean, the research on those programs where you actually can earn not just dual enroll and take some credits, but actually earn an associate's degree while you're in high school are pretty impressive. Like from an economic perspective, it kind of makes sense that as the demand for higher skills, as the demand for more educated workers increases, that not all of that increase should come from students spending more and more years of their life enrolled, but some of that is about packing more in to the same amount of time. So, but it is, I think it's a very interesting question, then what are the implications of that, if that's something that we want to, you know, promote or at least allow and enable. What implications does that have for Pell? And now not just the interactions between federal and state higher education policy and higher education funding, but federal and state K through 12 funding.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say we should look at what this means about what people are doing in high school. I mean, because there is sort of a suggestion here that maybe that's a waste of time and we need to redefine it.
Hi, I have a question that maybe any of the three of you or all of you could address. It would be primarily for Laura, but I know Sandy and Judy would both have something to say to it. And it's about the Promise Program concept, which I really do think is important, but also the details matter, as you were pointing out, and kind of specifying what's meant by it. Because you can see, I think, from our experience with performance funding, how people kind of glom onto a concept and implement something that's, there are horrible versions of it and there are good versions of it. And I think it's easy to convince yourself that you've implemented a Promise program when, you know, it's something that probably none of us would want to see in place. But there have been a couple of experiments around Promise programs that have been pretty interesting because they agree in the mechanism for how they work, the one in New Brunswick and the one in Nebraska. Those are the only controlled experiments I'm aware of. But in both of them, the college enrollment rates didn't increase, and the graduation rates within categories of institutions didn't increase, right? So the graduation rates for community college students didn't increase, the graduation rates for four-year college students didn't increase, but they both found significant effects because more students went to better institutions. So the number of students attending four-year institutions who would have gone to two-year institutions went up, and the number of students who went to selective four-year institutions went up relative to who would have gone to open access institutions. So it looks like the mechanism is choice, and that may not be a popular conclusion in a room with a lot of community college folks in it, but I think the other conclusion you could draw from that is that maybe making community colleges work more like four-year institutions would be another, like the ASAP program does at CUNY. But I'm curious what your thoughts are about the mechanism for how financial aid works, and specifically Promise programs.
Yeah, that's a great question. So there are a couple of one other experiment that I know of is the degree project in Milwaukee, and there's emerging research from that as well. So one part of the answer has to do with what students are being allowed to, how they can use the money, right? And there's a lot of variation in the types of institutions that students are permitted to attend with the financial aid that's awarded. So it would seem like if there are positive outcomes there in terms of enrollment at more selective institutions or at four-year institutions, the students must be allowed to use the money to attend those institutions, right? There are one common model or one type that seems to be emerging from our typology work is a program that funds students to go to community college, and it could be one specific community college or a set of community colleges, but that puts students on a different pathway than if they can attend any two-year or four-year institution. And so understanding the effects that these programs have really is going to depend on what we are incentivizing students to go, where we're incentivizing students to go, and then the extent to which there are supports for students at those institutions to ensure that they're successful. So that's one part of the response. And then I think it's related to that is just to think about the other criteria that are in place and how that might be playing out for other students. So with the degree project work, and this is Doug Harris, early results that I saw from that project suggested that there's an academic achievement requirement. And so if you meet the academic achievement requirement, great, right? You have the incentive to do well. But if you don't meet that criteria, then it's like you have no hope, right? And so I think thinking about how those different mechanisms play out for different students is also important.
Actually, the other consistent finding from the two experiments that I was aware of is that the effects were greater for students closer to the bottom of the academic eligibility criteria. So the closer you were to the minimum requirements, the bigger the impact was, the net impact was.
Right, so understanding how those things happen, I think, is really important. And in some senses, because there are so many things going on, we do have an ability to learn potentially about what might work.
I think it's really important that you're asking those questions. I mean, it's really, the momentum for and the appeal of the word free, as Judy explained, is, that's very compelling. But I think it's ending up focusing our attention just on that. And if we had unlimited resources, maybe this would be fine. But as we're seeing already, we have a shortage of funding. And when we think about how we would use any incremental funding, if that incremental funding is going only to people who don't need it, which is why they didn't get their tuition paid by the Pell program or a state need-based program, then that raises a lot of questions. And that, if it's a promise, the state appropriations and the state grant programs, need-based grant programs, are not promises. And if something's going to give, it's going to end up being the funding that is really helping the students that need it most, and not the funding that is actually marginal funding to, my kid's going off to a community college because it's free. So asking the question of, is it really changing enrollment? And then what happens? I mean, we all know that a huge problem is the low completion rate. And it's money, but it's obviously, as we've said many times today already, much more than money.
Hi, Kent Philippi, the American Association of Community Colleges. When I listened to the conversation today, I haven't heard a lot, particularly particularly thinking about the traditional models of funding higher education and aid, about the whole role of competencies and accumulating credits from prior learning assessment. You think about the high school dual enrollment sorts of things. It's less about seat time, and more about competencies. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about, from your perspectives, how that fits into this new environment. I know there's some experimental sites right now looking at that, but how can financial aid drive that conversation, or should it drive that conversation for change?
That's tricky. I mean, I guess, I definitely think like the simple version of that is a version of what I was saying earlier about having flexibility and not having such a rigid system that everybody has to follow. You know, taking 24 credits over a calendar year. At some point, you know, if students had more flexibility, or if the funding model was more flexible, so that, you know, if they're taking a really intensive short program that is the equivalent of 30 credits, but it's covered in a 4-month program or something like that, they could still get kind of an equivalent amount of aid. That's one thing. But then when you're talking about, I'm not sure if you're talking about, you know, should people be able to get financial aid for things that they already have demonstrated competency for? I think that's trickier. I haven't really thought about how that would work.
I mean, that seems like an obvious question. If you're just taking a test, then you don't have the same costs, and neither does the institution. The other thing is that, I mean, it's really clear that we need more flexibility, and I think that's a really important thing. But as we're developing that, let's remember what has happened with the federal financial aid system and the for-profit sector, and let's not recreate that in another way.
Right. I think there's always this tension between wanting to promote and enable flexibility, but then always thinking at the same time of how could this be, you know, perverted in a destructive way.
Tom.
I have two questions which I'll ask, and then you can order. So, I mean, first of all, with these big differences in state financial aid policies with respect to need or not, I wonder, you know, what are we learning from that? I mean, are we seeing differences in those states with respect to, you know, who's going to college, with respect to the other types of gaps or inequalities that, you know, that we've identified, or maybe the federal financing or federal funds sort of overwhelm that. So that's one thing. And then this question for Laura really is that you raised a lot of questions that we have to ask, and I know we don't have answers, but I'm wondering, after, you know, looking at this and thinking about this for a couple of years, you know, what are one or two answers that you're willing to kind of venture, understanding that, you know, there are other things that need to be nailed down, but, you know, what are you getting out of that, you know, out of that thinking, and are there some of these questions that we can eliminate and that we can say we've already gotten there? So anyway, you guys can figure out which ones.
I'll talk about the need versus merit aid at the state level for a minute. Just, I think that there's evidence that both need-based and merit-based state aid programs can impact college enrollment and completion. And I think one really interesting pattern that emerges from the range of research that has been done is how much the state context is important. So the contrast between West Virginia's merit aid program, which is has pretty stringent merit requirements as they go, but West Virginia, I think it was, I don't remember whose graph it was, one of your graphs, is 50th in college attainment. They are, it's a very, you know, socioeconomically disadvantaged state, and so for them to have a merit-based program, they're still bringing in a lot of low-income students into that merit aid program. And, you know, as the merit requirements go, even though they're stricter than some states, it's still like half of the incoming freshman class at the public institutions. Compare that to Massachusetts, which also had a merit aid scholarship that turned out to actually decrease college attainment rates because Massachusetts already has really high college enrollment rates. So one of the things that program did was instead of getting more people to enroll in college in the first place, it caused them to switch from institutions that were better resourced into the public options, which don't spend as much per student, don't have as high completion rates. And so I think that's just one example of how it's not just the design of the program, but the context in which the program is set that really matters for whether it makes. So a need-based program probably makes more sense in Massachusetts in terms of increasing access, whereas in some other states you can maybe get away with some of both.
So I appreciate the question. Well, I guess a couple of things I'll stress, which I think we really have to be thinking about. So one is having a sustainable approach is really important, right? Especially if you're going to promise something to students early on in the pipeline, right? You look at some of what's being put out there about these programs, and I don't know why anybody would have any confidence that there will be any money for them down the road, right? So because we know from the research that matters, right? People, when they know, well, and at least we can theorize, right? If you know earlier, then you can use the information to change your behavior and then have better outcomes, right? But if you don't have that assurance that the promise actually will be there, that's really important. And I think that's a question for some of these programs. I think a second is that the place part really does matter, but we don't really know how to do that really well, right? So I think we're getting good at being able to identify what the things are to do that help at the margin, right? So we know that students have to complete the FAFSA. We have a particular set of steps that have to be done, but simply having those steps outlined isn't really enough to change how people are thinking about college as whether it's a realistic type of option or understanding how that plays out within a particular community with a particular economic context, with particular schools that have particular types of academic resources. How we really create meaningful opportunity for students not only to go to succeed, and I think that has to be at the place space. Somehow we have to take that into account in a meaningful type of way. I don't know. I continue. I'm in the question phase because I'm sorry. Have me back. I promise I'll have more answers.
Go ahead.
To those of you who are a lot more knowledgeable about the current political environment, okay, than I am maybe. You talked about some low-hanging fruit out there, like simplifying the Pell Award process, and my favorite one is the income contingent repayment plan. Given the current political environment, what do you think is possible? I think myself that it looks like it's going to be fairly easy maybe to do the Pell on a postcard thing, because Lamar Alexander's in there. He's not dumb. He's studied the whole thing. That has a chance of succeeding, I think. What do you think?
I would like to think so. I mean, yeah, I always hesitate to make any kinds of political predictions because that's not my forte. But I agree. I guess, there's some just looking back over history where stuff that seems like is low-hanging fruit and still it remains, unpicked. So there's some kind of, meta anxiety about whether one's beliefs are, realistic. But
yeah, I think that there's a lot of opposition to the Pell on the postcard idea. So I think that we might get more simplification. I would have said we could use IRS data. That's low-hanging fruit. But now it's a little bit, it doesn't really make sense to say that in the current environment. I think we could get more simplification, but I mean, there really is, like at the state level and at the institutional level, you know, people are just terrifically nervous about simplification. And so I think the IRS and the simplification have to go together. I actually think we are reasonably likely to get some progress on income-driven repayment, and that would be because we already have these programs, and what has happened is that they have become quite complicated and are likely to get expensive. So both the people who want to help students ease the repayment burdens and the people who are worried about the federal budget are going to be looking for changes there.
Okay, well, seeing no more questions, we can thank our panelists. And we have breakout sessions starting at 3:30, which will explore these topics in more detail, further detail. Thank you very much. Thank you.